New Thought Media Network. We are a global broadcast network of positive music, media, and entertainment, inspiring humanity's evolution along the journey of enlightenment and creating a world of love, peace, empowerment, and prosperity for all. New Thought Media Network. Positively inspiring. And hello again, dear ones. Dr. Robert with you on a Friday evening. It's 4 o'clock on the Mountain Time Zone, and we're settling in, gonna get ready and drop in, settle in for a 6-hour live stream. Yes, 6 hours. We're gonna be here for 6 whole hours. It's my birthday. It's our birthday. It's not my birthday. It's our birthday. It's 5 years for New Thought Media Network. So I want to thank you all for being here. Janet O'Connell, thank you so much for being here. Shay Bird, thank you for being here. Anybody that's out there, whether you're throwing up a love, a like, a shout out, a comment, whatever it may be, feel free to do that starting now. And going on until we'll be here until about 10 o'clock this evening, is the whole idea. And we're going to do a number of things along the way. We've got a whole bunch of guests that are scheduled to be here. Well, not scheduled to be here. We got a whole bunch of guests that are going to drop in, and this is going to be a very, very spontaneous evening. That's the truth of it. I have a big bottle of seltzer water and some caffeinated energy berry, cherry berry flavoring. So I promise to stay sober and drink a whole bunch of Celsius fizzy water this evening. You, of course, are welcome to do whatever you like in the privacy of your home. And we're gonna have a whole bunch of guests tonight. And we're going to have some music tonight, and I want to kind of fill some people in. If you don't know the whole story, I want to go back a few years. Roy Chavez from Fort Morgan, Colorado. Hello, Roy. Glad you're with us, sir. Grateful you're with us. Roy's been here to the house for an event at one point. Gonna have to do another summer party, get you out here again, Roy. So I want to kind of go back a few years, 5 years to be exact. We already had New Thought Media Network, and truthfully, I found a video today that I want to play for you in a few minutes. That's actually 9 years old. So I was in the business that I didn't know I was going to be in long before I was doing what we're doing. And 5 years ago, as we started New Thought Media Network, I went way back in the archives today, and the only thing back there, all the way back there, are prayers, our prayer broadcasts. We didn't have any shows. We had prayers. March, April, prayers. And then on May 1st of 2020, we had our very first live stream, and it was a musical event. It wasn't a talk show event because, well, we didn't have talk shows yet. And so it was a musical event, lots of artists, 13 hours of live stream. I think we were melting the internet by the time it was all done. And we had a few speakers throughout the day, but we had mostly musicians and mostly musical artists. And I can tell you, what I can tell you is it was a hoot and a holler, but for sure. Anita, thank you so much. Checking in from Plano, Texas. Grateful that you are with us. Brother Raymond, happy birthday. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I do believe, Raymond, you have the guest link too, which means you're welcome in the backstage area where the party's going on at any time. Feel free to use that. We've got people in the backstage like Reverend Michael Mangus hooting and hollering and pumping to the beat of everything already. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, and gosh, 5 years. It's been that long.
5 years.
Man.
Been here for all of it. Yeah.
Crazy. Well, I don't know. It's just, for me, I think what keeps me going is that, how many lives we affect around the world. That for some people that we are the only community, spiritual community that they have. And that, again, it's just, we have the opportunity on this network. Again, we have over 40 hours of programming now, right?
Pushing, yes. Yeah, let's call it 40. Some weeks we push 45, almost 50 some weeks. And some weeks we're right at the 40 mark. So it's an endeavor, that's for sure. So
an endeavor, that's right.
Now,
see, we make it look easy here, okay, but a lot of people are not. They're not privy to all the back stuff and the phone calls. When I'm in church last Sunday, doing my own service, I'm getting tech calls saying I can't get in StreamYard. So, so I'm on duty 24/7. Oh, by the way, the commissary tonight at New Thought Media Network, very good.
Oh, good. We paid for the extra caterers tonight. We decided to kick down for the expanded catering package this evening.
Okay. So, are we having cake?
I don't know. It might be one of the surprises that's going to happen.
Okay. Well, real good.
Because we've got 6 hours to fill. So I want to go back. I want to kind of, I want to share with you, Michael. I don't know if you know that this is one of those places where I would say New Thought in the, this is one of the earliest demonstrations of what became New Thought Media Network. And way back when, this is 9 years ago, this video I'm going to share with you here tonight, folks. And I didn't create the video, but I did. So what happened is Gary Lynn Floyd and Jamie Lula, who may or may not be here tonight, folks. We'll have to wait and see. Gary Lynn Floyd and Jamie Lula were just coming together as Floyd Lula. And they actually did their very first concert, their very first public show at a place called Kulak's Woodshed, out outside of LA, and they live streamed it. And I was up in Olympia, Washington, and I did a little something. I might have recorded that live stream. They know all about it.
Okay, and I'm glad.
And after the live, and then I took the video and chopped it up a little bit and turned it into songs instead of a long piece. And it was one of the places where this is kind of, in some ways, as I look at it, this is sort of how it all got started. And you can find this on our YouTube, folks. This is Floyd Lula. I'm so grateful I'm alive. I think what a great and perfect way to kick off our marathon live stream. So let's get into some music. You folks, if you're watching, the time is now to hit the like, share, and subscribe buttons, especially that share button. Let your friends and family know what we're doing. Let's cause a mighty joyous noise this evening here on New Thought Media Network. And we're going to get it all started with Floyd Lula. I'm so grateful I'm alive.
sunshine, your eyes, dewdrops, fireflies. I'm so grateful I'm alive. 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 Yeah. Your voice, waterfall, thrush song, coyote call. Oh yeah, I'm so grateful I'm alive. I'm so grateful I'm alive. I'm so grateful I'm alive. Come on, y'all. I'm so grateful I'm alive. I'm so grateful I'm alive. I'm so grateful I'm alive. Oh yeah, yeah. Your hug, sweet kiss, holding hands in blind bliss. Oh yeah, I'm so grateful I'm alive. 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 The shadows I conceal, endeavor to reveal another part of me, embracing all that I perceive. Cut grass, jasmine bloom, honeysuckle in your room. Oh yeah, I'm so grateful I'm alive. 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 Oh yeah. I'm so grateful I'm alive. 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 Let's take it home. Woo! Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you online.
Thank you online, he says. I forgot that line was in there.
Well, that's appropriate for tonight. So anyhow.
Exactly. So, folks, thanks for being with us tonight. It's our 5th anniversary. I'm here with my dear friend, and I'm going to say co-conspirator, but
well, yes,
we're kind of a positive network, so co-collaborator. How about that? A co-collaborator.
Co-collaborator. There you go. Hi, Amy.
welcome to Amy Steinberg, Reverend Amy Steinberg. Glad you are with us in the house, dear one, dear one. I believe Amy's going to join us a little later as well. Reverend Darrell Jones is here, and I know he's coming in a little later as well. Also, Heather Abbott, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for celebrating. And of course, the right Dr. Tracy Brown. I don't think she doesn't miss a good New Thought hangout that I'm aware of.
No, she likes to hang out with
Tracy gets pretty
people.
Yeah. Anywhere something's happening in New Thought, I think you can find Tracy Brown. Dear Myrna, hello. Happy anniversary. Thank you for the well wishes. Glad you are here with us as well. Folks, it's a hoot and a holler. We got a whole lot going on here tonight. And before we get into some more music, I want to give Reverend Michael here a chance to say hello. And Michael, I didn't warn you about this, so you get to just kind of make this up on the spot.
Okay.
But you've been hanging out since the very beginning, and I have always wondered, how did you find New Thought Media Network? How do you remember becoming aware of what it is we were doing here and what I was sort of getting myself into? We didn't know what I was getting. Let's rephrase that question. It's probably a good thing we haven't been practicing. No preparation necessary, complete spontaneity for 6+ hours. So, all right, Michael, give us an answer. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So, somebody in one of my Holmes Institute classes told me that this crazy reverend, this Brzezinski guy, was thinking about doing a network, and then COVID hit. And then it didn't work out in Pittsburgh where I was at. And I called Robert and I said, well, what am I going to do now? And he said, well, you know what? I can offer you a letter of call, so you don't have to go out there and put together a ministry. And so I've been working here for the past, 4 years now. And I'll tell you, it's been the most rewarding time for me. And that, you think you're going to do one thing in ministry, and then you end up doing something else. So, I thought I was going to go get a pulpit somewhere, but I ended up here on the air. And it just so happens that as a parting gift, the folks in Pittsburgh gave me all of this really nice podcasting equipment. So I'm able to help other ministers with their programs. So, yeah. And so it's been really, for me, very fulfilling, and that I'm grateful for Robert and Laura and all the fine people who volunteer here and who put this on for you. I mean, we do this because we love you. We love all of you, and that we want you to experience, again, the joy that we've experienced through this teaching of New Thought. So, but, again, I've had opportunity after opportunity to meet and work with some really world-class people, including the one show that I'm doing now with Dr. Ruth Miller on New Thought Roots and Branches. If you have not seen that show yet, please go see it. Yeah. I have learned more about New Thought. And again, I've had a couple of history classes, but here is someone who has extensively written about our philosophy, and that we have the opportunity here to pick her brain here, to go ahead and to find out all the wonderful things and our wonderful heritage in New Thought. So, yeah. Now, the one thing I've been trying to get past the Board of Trustees is the pirate radio ship. I still have not been able to. Now, can I have a border blaster from if I get permission from the Mexican government? Is that okay?
No, that's again something we're going to have to take to the legal department. And I just really don't see that happening.
Oh, okay. So you're saying don't get the ship, don't go out into the ocean yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's really time to purchase a ship of any sort.
Okay.
I'm still working on a Toyota Sienna so I can haul all the gear back and forth between here and Unity Village.
Well, I think that would be a good thing.
I think it would be a great thing. So, folks, Reverend Michael here did make a mention of the Roots and Branches show with Reverend Dr. Ruth Miller. We want to let you know about that. Happens every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Mountain Time. You can check in. Reverend Dr. Ruth Miller is the president of the Emerson Institute, exploring the history and the future of New Thought. And yes, I enjoy the show as well. I don't watch it live. I watch it late at night.
Okay.
When I don't have anything else going on, and I can just kind of zone into it really and experience it that way. So, and we want to remind everybody, Reverend Michael is normally here on Friday evenings live at 6:00 Mountain Time on Friday evenings. And you might get a little taste of what that program is a little later this afternoon.
No, hold it. My agent called you earlier, and we went ahead and we put together a segment. So I got people coming in. Contracts are signed.
I turned off my phone hours ago. I don't know what you're talking about. So
we may get to the fireside chat, a little peek of it.
A little peek of it, exactly. So, and folks, I want to chat about one other thing. We've got a guest coming in here in a few minutes, but before we get to that, I want to chat about something. I saw something in the background of that video that made me laugh, and it was a little sign that said, "Please buy artists' CDs." And I thought to and like the natural reaction is a chuckle because people don't buy CDs anymore, do they?
No.
And then I remembered I bought one this weekend. Mostly because I already own just about everything that Karen Drucker has ever put out.
Okay.
Put out a new CD, Chants and Lullabies to Soothe Children and Grown-ups.
Aw.
And about half of them are new releases. About half of them are new versions of other material that she's done over the years. But Sleep in Peace, Wake in Joy. And I realized I had bought one. I kind of laughed. I was like, yeah, I just bought a CD. And it'll be on our radio station real soon here. So, but it was great. I got to see Karen Drucker last weekend. And as we were leaving the concert, I picked up the CD and we were chatting for a second. And she says, I love what you're doing. And I want everybody to hear this. I hear this a lot. She said, I love what you're doing. And if there's ever anything I can do, you let me know. And I said, good. We're having a live stream webinar. We're having a 12-hour live stream marathon next Friday. I'll make sure you get a link. Just show up anytime. So I have no idea if she was booked tonight, if she's got other plans. She might be hanging out, going out to dinner with friends, but you never know. We might just see Karen Drucker here this evening. Could be fun. All right. We're going to do another song real quick, and then we've got someone backstage we're going to bring in, and I'm going to ask for a quick vote. Should we play another Floyd Lulu song, or should we dig into a Daniel Nahmod song?
Hold on. Let me check our guest is currently occupied. So I would say I would like to hear some Daniel.
All right, let's see. We got Reverend Daryl Jones in the background. and we're going to have a conversation with him. You're saying Daniel as well?
Yep.
All right. So then when it comes to Daniel, we've got two choices. We've got now both of these are going to be original videos created by New Thought Media Network and with Daniel's permission. So we have One Power and we have God You Are.
One Power.
Brother Daryl? Yeah, vote for God You Are so I can break the tie.
Come on, Daryl.
he's sharing in the chat, God You Are.
Okay.
And I'm gonna break the tie. So we're gonna do that and let Daryl actually prepare for a chance to chat with us so he sees what we're doing here. And we'll bring Daryl back here in a few moments for us. But let me set this up. So this is another one where some creative entity somewhere around in New Thought Media Network got the great idea that we should create this video for Daniel and reached out to him and connected and said, hey, I want to make a video out of this. Are you cool with it? He said, yeah, go for it. And this is what came forward. God You Are by Daniel Nahmond.
Oh, yeah. God, you are every mountain. God, you are every ocean. God, you are every canyon, every inch of earth and sky. God, you are every morning. God, you are every midnight. God, you are every moment, every second of my life. Everything I see, everything I do, everything I am is you. Everything above, everything below, everything I know is you. God, you are every sunrise. God, you are every moon glow. God, you are every star shine, every inch of earth and sky. God, you are every springtime. God, you are every snowfall. God, you are every season, every second of my life. Everything I see, everything I do, everything I am is you. Everything above, everything below, everything I know is you. 'Cause you are the very breath I breathe. And your perfect love created me. And everything I see, everything I do, everything I am is you. Everything above, everything below, everything I know is you. Everything I see, everything I do, everything I am is you. Everything above, everything below, everything I know is you. Everything I see, everything I do, everything I am is you. Everything above, everything below, everything I know is you.
All right, there it is. Get your
Excellent
name
choice.
on. Get rid of that video.
Even though I got outvoted, that was a good choice.
Okay. We still have the other one queued up, so we'll get back to it in a minute here, but or maybe a little later. But we've got a couple of friends in the back room, folks. I want to pull them in. Reverend Daryl Jones, dear friend from the Soul Gym Virtual Focus Ministry, and newly elected member of the Leadership Council for Centers for Spiritual Living. And also, dear friend, and still newly minted, we're going to say, Reverend Amy Steinberg. And Amy, I realized, Amy, I'm very, very remiss because I don't even know if you're still in Asheville area or after the floods. If you had to,
I know, right? Crazy, craziness.
Very craziness.
Yeah,
but
I'm still here. We're still here. Yep. We're in like full repair mode around here.
Good.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing, especially right now, spring with like the trees are like, what hurricane? You know, they're just popping and acting like nothing happened.
Right on. And Brother Daryl, you are still in the Chicago area, I believe.
I am. It is popping here. Spring is sprung. The temperatures get confused, but the trees know what they're doing. Yeah, we're here in the Midwest doing our thing.
Right on. We've got a couple of shout outs. James Masters, welcome. That seems a googly eyes for Amy, and Shaybird saying hello as well. So all right. Where should we start, folks? What's
I want to just say I want to celebrate. I want to honor these 5 years. I mean, I remember in ministerial school you talking about this before we completed, and knew it was something that was going to come to pass, but didn't know exactly what it was going to look like. And knowing that it was a cutting edge of what ministry can look like. It's a cutting edge of what the organization is bringing out into the world. It's really awesome to see it go 5 years. I mean, if you think of a business, a lot of times they don't make it, new businesses don't go past 5 years. So that's huge. So whoop, whoop, big up to New Thought Media Network holding strong and continuing to share.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I had forgotten about that 5-year rule, mostly because I think I've had a couple of businesses that didn't make it 5 years. So that's the entrepreneurial way. So
right.
And dear Reverend Amy,
that just feels weird. Just call me Amy.
Okay.
I'm a minister and a ministress. But
right on. And you and I, we kind of, I'm going to use all kinds of puns tonight, folks. We kind of danced around each other in the New Thought world for a while. And then over the last few years through Anton, spending more time together, getting to know a little bit more about you. And hey, folks, wink, wink, she's not just a singer.
Well, I think you were actually at the conference that when I decided to go to ministerial school when we were at Unity Village, and James Mellon was there and he was graduating a group of people. Yeah. And so, I feel like you've been a big part of the ministerial journey. And I just want to second the emotion of the 5 year and say it was important to me to come on here, even just for a moment tonight, just to say, it feels weird to say, but I'm proud of you. I'm proud of this whole thing and our world, the New Thought world. And I just think that we are a very powerful, incredible, imaginative community. And shout out to all the people who see this and who are watching now. I love you. You're my family. This is the only spiritual place that I felt like I'm getting a little teary. I felt like home, where this New Thought feels like home to me. So, and it doesn't matter. I can walk into pretty much any Unity or Spiritual Living Center, anything that is in our, metacostal. I'm really into the metacostal movement right now. Anything that's metaphysics, it's just home. So thank you so much for creating this. And I just see, it blowing up. So Anyway, yeah, I don't know what we were talking about before that though. Something about something.
I want to talk about your background.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
I am completely jealous.
You are?
Yes, because I like.
Well, you look very studious with your background.
I've tried to curate a nice background over the time, but I look at yours and I'm just like, oh my God, I want to go hang out in that room.
I need a lot of color in my life. It's paintings, and I'm doing this thing called the Garden of Good. I don't know if I've told you about the Garden of Good, but
Please do.
I wrote a book called Make Good, Cultivating Joy with Creativity. And I decided after making the book, you know how one creative breadcrumb leads to the next creative breadcrumb, right? I wrote this book, realized that it would fit really well as a year-long program. So created like an online conscious creativity thing. It's on Tuesday nights at 8:00. If anybody's interested, you can go to my website or whatever, but it's just by donation. We get together and we do like creative expression with like crafting and journaling and poetry and music. And it's my ministry. It's like, what was said about, we don't know where our ministry is going to take us,
Right.
And we have to kind of do what's our calling. And if you know me, you know that art, music, poetry, theater, that's who I am. So that's my ministry. And it's been, so this is like the Garden of Good is what it is behind me. It's like all the stuff we've been doing and the energy of the garden of good.
Good, right on. Okay, you've got a microphone in your face.
Yeah.
Do you have a keyboard under your finger?
I do. I mean, you want me to play a song? You want to play a tune?
I think I would be remiss if we didn't invite you to play a song or two.
Is there anybody watching who's like a semi-fan or possible? You have a song? I know Daryl knows my music. Do you want to hear a song? Is there anything that I might know?
I don't know that we have a request yet.
Oh, how about I do a new thing? Can I do a new thing and tell you all about something new that I'm doing?
Yeah.
So I am a thriftaholic. Anybody else love thrifting? I love to go to thrift stores. So I was thrifting one day and I saw this massive like 4-foot dollhouse and it called to me in my little inner artist. So I bought this dollhouse and I decided to use it as like an art process of like all the parts and pieces of myself to witness as like a healing artist creative journey.
Yeah.
So I did the dollhouse and it was so profound that I decided to write a book about the dollhouse. As I was writing the book about the dollhouse, here we go, breadcrumbs, right? As I was writing the book about the dollhouse, I realized that I still want to write a one-woman show that, one day would tour around or be successful. Who knows? Maybe the old Broadway, dreams being born again. So I started to write this new musical and I have the first song. Do you guys want to hear it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So
and I just want to flash real quick. We do happen to know some Broadway producers around the movement.
Oh, so, do you mean like James Mellon?
Like James Mellon, yeah.
Right. So, I'm hoping to get him to New York to see it. And everybody, June 29th, it's going to be at Don't Tell Mama in Midtown in New York City, which is just so exciting. And, it's just a little black box space, but there's a grand piano in there and I'm so excited. So anyway, this is called I Don't Know What. There's a mirror on the door to a place where you can go. There's a mirror on the door to you. Take a step inside. You might be surprised at what you find. Take a step inside of you. You'll find the stories and the fantasies. You'll find the brokenness of old and golden dreams. You'll find the sweetness and some inner peace. You'll remember what you believe. You believe that love can heal and dreams come true. You believe in me as much as I believe in you. So dream your dream and till it comes true, and then dream something new. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe in you. The rooms inside your soul, all the stories that you've told, all the rooms inside your soul are true. You'll find the madness and the memories. You'll find an endless stream of infinite possibility. You'll find the person that you used to be. You'll find me. You'll remember what you believe. You believe that love can heal and dreams come true. You believe in me as much as I believe in you. Oh, so dream your dreams until they come true, and then dream something new. You believe that love can heal and dreams come true, and I believe in you as much as you believe in me too. Believe that right where you are, you're a star, and home isn't where you go, it's in your heart. I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe in you. I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe in. There's a mirror on the door.
Ooh.
Still rough, but thank you.
Oh, but seeds of greatness, absolutely. And our dear Tracy Brown saying she was going to request that song.
Whoa. Hi, Tracy. That's crazy. That is a one mind moment.
That is a one mind moment. Sounds like she. My dear beloved is with us as well. Hello, Lara. She's going to check in a little bit later, and she'll be here at 8:15 to do our evening prayers as we always do. You know, just because we're doing a live stream tonight, folks, and a marathon one doesn't mean we're not going to do some of our normal spiritual practices as well. And again, James is real happy. Now, Dr. Raymond's got a good question. Give us the name of the theater again. And
so it's this little cabaret. It's been there for decades. I don't know how long it's been there. Maybe since the 50s. No, I don't know. It's called Don't Tell Mama. And it's on 50. It's right midtown. It's right off Broadway. It's this great little cabaret, and I'm in the brick room. And it's crazy because you don't even buy tickets. You just make a reservation. So, and there's only 54 seats, and I'm already seeing and knowing that it is completely sold out, immediately. Amen. Room packed full. So come to New York. And the bonus is that it's Pride weekend. I didn't even know when I booked it that it's actually, that is the day of Pride, June 29th. That is the day of Stonewall. And I didn't put two and two together. Bad queer girl. But also magical, right? Like that it landed like that. So
don't beat yourself up about it. You planned that somewhere in some lifetime or
future
or
me.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. So I had a weird idea this week. Wait a minute. We got to get Dr. Raymond in here before I share this one. So I had this idea. Now stop me if I'm getting a little too far afield for y'all, but there's this rumor about a big parade coming up that somebody wants to have a big military kind of a big show of force type parade here in the US, and they want that to be on their birthday, and their birthday happens to be June 14th. So I think if we take Pride Month and June 14th happens to be Flag Day, and we sprinkle a little Juneteenth in there to boot, What? And it happens to be a Saturday. So what if we had a national "Let's Fly Our Freak Flag" parade? Like all across the nation, and probably not in Washington, D.C. It's going to be kind of an aggressive vibration in Washington, D.C. We might want to avoid that. There might be some really strong characters like Bishop Barber that can hang with that kind of aggression, but I don't know that I'm up to it yet. I don't think I'm that. What do you guys think? A national freak flag, fly your freak flag parade day?
Sure.
Fly your freaky freedom flag today.
You know,
I like it.
every day
I like
is a day for me to fly my freaky flag. But if there was an actual day where we came together, that'd be fun.
Mhm.
Come on now. Let's do it like Mardi Gras. Let's do the whole week.
There you go.
Dr. Raymond, that's what I love about you. You just jump right into the deep end, much like I'd like to do. And so, folks, if you don't know Reverend Dr. Raymond Anderson, he's going to explain what a freak flag is. So Cindy, he's all yours, Cindy.
So think of it this way. I don't remember exactly who said it, but someone, I know one time Bill Gates was using it in a commercial or something, and it said something basically like, I'm paraphrasing, the people that have made all the great changes in the world were the misfits, the people who didn't fit in essence, the queer folks, the black sheeps in the family, and those individuals are the ones who always dreamed something that wasn't yet and made it so. Our freak flag would be the energy that says, I am here, I matter, I don't have to conform or fit in. That which God is incarnating as me. Watch me fly.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, preach.
Reverend.
Just saying.
That's it. Cindy, that's a freak flag. There it is.
There you go. Yes.
Wasn't there also a lyric in a song about flying your freak flag? I know that there is one in the musical Shrek. I know that's which, if you think about it, Shrek is another one of those stories of the monster that's really right. That's different. That is really the sweet. Anyway,
I
think it's from the 70s too. Is it the 60s? The phrase freak flag.
Quick AI.
Yeah,
Search
where's
says,
the AI when we need it?
Yep. Quick AI search says Jimi Hendrix. If 6 was 9, the phrase "let your freak flag fly." In if 6 was 9.
Leave it to Jimmy.
There we go.
There it is.
If 6 was 9 is considered a pivotal point in the phrase's usage. There we go. All right. That's one I missed, guys. I never, there's like that handful of artists that I was just a little too young to see. Jimmy, Janis, Hendrix, so Jim Morrison, both Jimmys, right? Morrison and Hendrix. I was just a little too young and didn't ever get to see those. So, but while I have you here, flash round, quick answers only. What has been your favorite concert lifetime? Who was your favorite lifetime?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
It was recent. It was last fall. Randomly, Stevie Wonder did like a 10-city tour that was called Make America Love Again.
Wow.
And talk about, icon, right? Stevie Wonder, deepest book of songs ever. But in terms of a concert experience, because there's so many shows I go to and they're good, but going back to the day of the 60s and 70s where there was little to no produced backing track happening. Stevie was on stage with a grand piano and a keyboard, but then he also had another guy playing an organ with a Leslie cabinet, so you get kind of that church feel. Then he had another dude playing a whole other keyboard with like, I don't know how many different patch bays of sounds. Then he had a guy playing a drum kit. Then he had another guy playing a drum kit. One guy was playing timpani and percussion. Then he had a 6-piece horn section. He had a 10 to 12-piece small pit orchestra, 5 background singers. Then at one point in time, he brought out a local gospel choir that was about 25 people deep. And in terms of just a show and a wall of sound that was truly all organic, it just had my skin moving in the best way. And, you know, in his 70s, still being able to hit the higher notes of his songs, and the essence, the first time I saw the power of music was through Stevie Wonder when I was in like 3rd grade. And my homeroom teacher, I guess, had just gotten Songs in the Key of Life and put on Love's in Need of Love Today. And she was like, you all have to listen to this. I mean, we were what, 8? And she just proceeded to start bawling in the classroom. She's like, this is the best song ever, and just like lost it. And it almost scared me a little bit being so young. I didn't understand why my teacher was crying, but then more, you know, it pulled me into the lyrics and not just the sound of it's, you know, sounding good. So that was kind of like this big full circle moment for me to have that impress of music. It's what inspired me into wanting to be a musician. But I had never seen Stevie live, and it was just last fall that I saw him, and it was hands down one of the top 5.
Beautiful. All right. Let's go to Reverend Michael.
I haven't been to very many concerts, but I would say I would agree with Shay, the Dead. I saw one of the last shows with Jerry, and over in it was in the Richfield Coliseum, which is between Akron and Cleveland. And oh man, what a great show! We were in front of the wall of sound. I don't think I was able to hear for several weeks. But I mean, just the spontaneity of the show, the different set lists, you know, again, you never know what Dead was going to play. So, but great show. Went with a dear friend, and yeah. But yeah, she and I, the Dead.
Right on. I might have been at that Shoreline show, Shay. I don't know. Yes, I've seen Yes, though. Yes was a really good show. Anybody else seen?
I'm so jealous.
Such a good show. Cindy Kearns with us. She's saying Bon Jovi.
Okay.
Bon Jovi used to put on a really good show. Very much, very, very much so. For myself, mine isn't the Grateful Dead. And it isn't Fish. It was actually a Jerry Garcia show at Brentwood's in Massachusetts. And I forget what year it was. And I go back and look it up. But it was during that time where I was spending a lot of summers and as much free time as I possibly could following the Dead. And it was a Jerry show that just really rocked my heart in that way.
And you remember it?
Yes. Yes. There's a lot I remember. There's a lot I remember. But yeah, those stories cost money. So
my favorite Jerry moment was in 1995. I was in a summer stock show, and the music director straight up looked like Jerry Garcia. And we were leaving a rehearsal one day, going out to get something to eat afterwards, and we're walking across the street, and this car slows down. It's like, Jerry, I knew you were still alive, man. I knew it. Yeah. And it was just this The guy was so convinced.
I love it. All right, Redmond, Amy, who wants to go next?
Go for it.
Yeah, mine's going to be quick. So the only concerts that I technically have attended were the ones that I used to interpret for back in the day. So I haven't really been a concert goer, but one of the ones that I enjoyed watching as prep to interpret and then interpreting that I really enjoyed, singer-songwriter Blessing Offer. Yeah.
Right on.
That's
Chills
so
and all
cool.
kinds of stuff. But now, if the question was regarding musicals and Broadway, that
Well, we might get there.
What would that be?
Yeah, let's go there.
so La Cage,
Woo!
Rent, Wicked, yeah, but like, oh, Man of La Mancha.
Right on.
It's such a good question, and like I'm sitting here like racking my brain for what's the best concert I've been to, and then you know it's funny that you bring up Broadway because what I finally just settled on in my mind was Bette Midler's tour, because it was a show. It was the costumes and the changes and the jokes, and she was hysterical, and I was laughing and I was crying, and you know, I want to be moved energetically. And then the other one is like 9 Inch Nails, which couldn't be any more different, you know, any sort of more polar different, but also just like amazing. And then one more thing, I know you only said one, but I'm racking my brain to think of this singer-songwriter. It was in the 90s. It was in New York City in that little tiny venue in 14th Street where you have to walk downstairs to it. Somebody might tell me what it is in the comments, or one of y'all might know what I'm talking about. Sort of a famous singer-songwriter venue. It's underground. It's just a tiny room. I cannot remember who it was, but it was a singer-songwriter. And it was the first time I sat in a room with like 50 people with someone with a guitar, you know, telling their stories and singing their songs. And I was like, that's what I want to do. It was like that moment. And when I think of it, if I think of it tonight, I'll put her name in she was never big, but by the way, R.I.P. Jill Sobule today. If y'all have heard the news, the singer-songwriter Jill Sobule passed, and very young, but I Kissed a Girl, the first queer pop hit, was her song. So, but kind of a Jill Sobule type. I'll try to think of who it was, but it was just, I was just moved to tears with that, you know. So that's the next question I think we should ask is what was our, maybe, yeah, it's hard with a musician here, but your favorite New Thought concert that you've been to? I'm going to throw out Ricky Beebe at Universal Spirit Center. It was just rousing. Like it just, you know. Anybody else want to give one? Or wait, did you miss? We all got our favorite concerts, right?
Well, our dear friend Reverend Barbara Jean's chiming in all the way, showing up all the way from Toronto. So surprise, lightning round. We're kicking it right to you. What has been your favorite concert of any sort?
My favorite concert of any sort?
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I went to a Karen Drucker concert at one of the churches many years ago, and it was next level. It was so fun, and especially when she did her little song about not being able to sing the blues anymore. It brought the house down. Anyway, it was really fun, but I gotta say, Ricky Beebe, oh man, she's amazing. Every time I've heard her perform live, it's been just goosebumps. And yeah, so I get that. I just haven't seen her in concert by herself, only in services. Glad to be here.
Good to have you. Barbara Jean's with us tonight, all the way, as I was saying, from Toronto. And Reverend Barbara Jean does an awful lot around here when it comes right down to it. She's part of our Science of Mind and Spirit conversation series that happens every Saturday morning. A program that she produces and runs is The Joy Show on Friday afternoons, and a collaborative show with a couple other dear friends called Out of My Mouth on Wednesday afternoons. So you might have almost as many shows as I do there.
Well, hey, and I'm going to take over the good news for you. So that just bumps me up even one more.
There we go. Well, I'm going to refer you to Reverend Michael. He can explain how the pay grades work around here.
Well, I'd like to double my salary. Is that possible?
Done. Absolutely. See, that's how it works. You ask and you receive. So,
would you like a title with that, Reverend Barbara Jean?
How about Queen Barbara Jean?
Okay, that can be arranged.
That can be arranged. Hey, I've got that feeling in my head. Look at it. It's 5 o'clock straight up here on the Mountain Time Zone, and this is when we would normally do the good news. However, I have not prepared any good news for this evening because we were doing all kinds of other stuff.
I have good news.
All right, give us the good news real quick, and then if we can,
the anniversary of the New Thought Media Network.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some good news.
Yes, and we're going to get to another 5, I promise. We're going to double that. But I realized we've gone a little too long without any music here. And this whole thing was built on music. This whole thing was built on the concept from New Thought Radio emerged and then evolved into New Thought Media Network. And we still got Amy Steinberg in the house. So I was hoping we could get one more song. And I do realize I have a request, and if nobody else wants to make this happen, this is the song that in some ways I'm pretty sure it wasn't written for me.
Oh gosh, I hope I know it, whatever it is.
Oh, I'm sure you're going to know it.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure it wasn't written for me, but every time it comes on the radio station, every time it's played, and well, it might be in a few playlists because I like it so much. But every time it plays, it gets me. And I would love to hear the backstory and perhaps hear Let This Happen.
Oh my gosh, I don't know it. I don't know it.
Okay.
You know why? And this is why. Because it was a love song for somebody I'm not with anymore. And it's terrible. But once I write a love song for somebody we're not together anymore, it's a rare one. That I think it's in G. I could do the chorus. Let this happen. Let yourself fall for me. Let this happen. Please allow the possibility. Let this happen. Right? Because I am real and I am true. So let this happen. You. Oh my gosh, that has never ever been requested. Let me love you.
Perfect. Well, I like being different.
I love it.
Let's
keep track.
Great song.
Beautiful. All right. So if that's never been requested, let's kick it back to you. What how about whatever is your most requested song?
Oh, so you want me to play exactly then? It's a little much.
Oh, good.
I am exactly where I need to be. I need to be exactly where I am. I am a blessing manifest, and I can't undress the moment naked. Time unwinds beneath my mind, and from within I find the kind of beauty only I can find. am exactly where I need to be. I need to be exactly where I am. Surrendering willingly to be the perfect me inside this now. And truly, how else could it be? Destiny, she blesses me. Destiny, she blesses me. With you tonight. And when I try to fight or run, I only wind up back at square one. And when I think I know what's best for me, well, love takes me back to exactly where I need to be. I am exactly where I need to be. I need to be exactly where I am. Divinely timed and shining brightly, yes. I believe that there's a purpose just for me, yes, I believe. We are light and we shine infinitely. Oh, I am exactly where I need to be. I need to be exactly where I am, not aimlessly existing. See, I am in perfect harmony with universal energy, and I'm truly free when I accept my own divinity. Look at me closely. Tell me exactly what you see. If you are paying attention, you will now begin ascension of the mind. Why? Well, because if you look at me just right, you see a kiss. It took a kiss to make this breath exist. The intersection of my mother's and father's lips to touch, twist, perfect what came next to produce me. Yes, look at me and you will see the breeze. The breeze it took to shake the leaves to make my mother's hair move. My father dare touch it and say, please, may I have a kiss? Yes, the breeze made me exist. And if you want to get even deeper into this right now, when you look at me, you will see a big old cloud. That's right, the cloud it took to form the storm, to make the breeze, to shake the leaves, to inspire the lip lock as a raindrop will pop up out of these words. You heard me right. Look at me close enough. You'll see a dark, stormy night. And what is night? Well, night ain't night without its polar opposite of sunlight. So if you watch the way my hands sway, you see the light of day. And every day is a testament to the sediment of the earth's core. It's ever spinning enormous force. So when you look at me just right, you see a spark of the source. But the most fascinating thing about this, and it's true, you look at me just right, you see you. It's only what you perceive, how you believe, the space between you and me that creates reality. So when I sing, you can feel it. When I cry, you can heal it. When I speak words, you can be the words I speak by singing them with me. Peace, love, free. Peace, love, free. Peace, love, free. Peace, love. And when I try to fight or run, I only wind up back at, you might know this part, square one. And when I think I know what's best for me, well, love takes me back to exactly where I need to be. And when I am all alone and full of fear, I just remember the rising sun always appears. And every day miracles, you beautiful miracles that I see, will you take me back? You should take me back to exactly where I need to be. I am exactly where I need to be. I need to be exactly where I am. Celebrating 5 years, yeah. I am exactly where I need to be. I need to be exactly where I am. On the interwebs with you right now. I am exactly where I need to be. Need to be exactly where I am. I am a blessing manifest. Thanks for inviting me to play.
Thank you.
So I need to say something. So a certain somebody earlier said something about how music has to move her. She has to feel it in the. So I just need to say, as you were singing this, so my interpreter mind is always moving, and I want to let you know that song, like, it was messing with my mind in a way. It was like, this would visually be a beautiful song in American Sign Language. I need to connect with Amy. Friend request sent.
Yes,
so,
please.
Yeah,
done and done. That's so awesome.
Just saying.
Nice to meet you. See, you're always making connections, Robert. Rev.
That's what we're all about.
Yes.
So. And I believe that dear brother Reverend Daryl here needs to take a step away, but is offering up an exactly prayer.
Yes.
Before he does. So let's do that. And
I'll head out too to make more space for more people to come in after the prayer, just so you know. So
we'll say thank you to Amy as well. And
I'll still be listening though.
So Daryl, pray us up, my brother.
All right. So I know that right here, right now, we are exactly where we are supposed to be, and that there is this one thing that is exact, and it is exacting as all of life, as my life, as the life of everyone watching this live and recorded, but most importantly, as this New Thought Media Network. It is exactly the thing that is needed in this moment to bring together so many different schools of thought, so many ideas, so many iterations, so many expressions, so many expansions, so many ways for the whole spirit of love to creatively express itself, whether it's through music, whether it's through conversation, whether it's through dialogue, whether it's through Q&A, all of the ways in which this New Thought Media Network is bringing forward the embodiment of this truth that there is but one life, and that life is whole and complete as everything. What a beautiful, beautiful alternative to the conversation that happens, unfortunately, more than not, contrary to that truth everywhere else in every other media network. So I lift up and raise and praise exactly this moment and exactly this group of individuals that have come together to make this happen. And I implore and call upon all the individuals that are listening that in this moment you are right exactly where you are to be. And if you feel so moved by what you're hearing tonight, then share it. Let people know about this New Thought Media Network. Let the world start to have a new thought about itself and manifest in a greater way the possibility of love, freedom, hope, joy, connection, and togetherness. I'm so, so grateful for being exactly where I am right now and where we all are. And may we continue to stand exactly as we are with one another for the love of life itself. And so I let this time be and let this celebration continue exactly as it should. And so it is.
It is. Gerald, you have officially passed the audition for the prayer team. You're welcome to schedule yourself for a prayer session, for a prayer broadcast at any time.
You got it. Happy to join.
Thank you so much for having me again, and I love you.
Thank you again, Amy. I hope to see you soon.
I will see you very soon at one of the wonderful things coming up in our lives.
Exactly. Somewhere in the world. Perfect.
Yes.
All right. Let me do that and that. All right. Hello, gang. We're having a good time here. Folks, if you're wondering what you found and you've checked in here, you're here, well, at the perfect party, as Dr. Tracy would say. I think it is. It's a Friday night where we're changing all of our programming and celebrating 5 years of New Thought Media Network. And as I look at this room, I can actually, Barbara and Raymond, I didn't know either of you 5 years ago. I might have had some like passing, oh, I've seen a name or maybe I had, but we had very little knowledge of actually who each other was. And I have come to love both of you in unique and amazing ways for the gifts that you bring. And I want you to know that. So from my heart, it's a real honor to have you as part of the network. And
beyond words.
Thank you. So
feeling is mutual because I don't want to speak for her, but I think if we didn't like you, we wouldn't be here. So we love you too.
I think you said that about right.
We love you too.
Yeah, it's great to be part of this team and to watch the things that you're doing and that you've done. And I'll tell you, from here, it's just forward motion, full steam ahead. You're doing awesome. And this network really needs to find its place in mainstream.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Brother Diego!
And Tracy was here too. Yeah.
Everybody say whoop whoop for Brother Diego. Diego, you have producer access, I'm sure, at the moment. So you're more than welcome to come on into the studio and say hello and jump on air if you'd like at any point this evening. And if not, hit me up with an email and I'll get you that link. But I think you have producer access, so you'd be welcome to join us. Diego is as OG as it gets around here. I think he was the first person that actually said, we don't know each other, but I like what you're doing, and let me know if I can help. And I was all about absolutely, and so and has been with us all along. Did so much production in the early part of all of this in the early years, and eventually we were able to support Diego in moving to Camp Cedar Ridge and fulfill a real dream of his. See that? The guy's always working. He says he'll come in later after he makes the Sunday studios, and he still produces our live broadcasts on Sunday morning. So we'll look forward to that. But that leads me. So that leads me to a quick question. Not to suck up your adoration or anything, but if you can, what was it, or where did you know that there was a yes to be a part of this? Like, do you remember anything that was part of that? Wow. Yes to New Thought Media Network.
I do.
Right on.
I don't remember exactly when, but I know it was somewhere. So as y'all were talking about before, there were no actual programs. It was, music and stuff. And then it got to the point. So here it was like, oh, well, I'm not a musician. I don't do music. So this is cool to join in and listen to. But then when I saw there's going to be programming, and my mind, and I didn't know you at this point, right? So, but my mind being the way it is, I was like, he's laying out a template for how regular mainstream television and streaming platforms could shift the consciousness of the collective.
Yes.
So that's where my mind was then. And then eventually you were like, hey, so Ray, let me introduce myself. How would you like to join in and do the Saturday, Science of Mind conversations? Okay, so explain what it is. Once you explained what it was, I was like, for real? You serious? And then from that point on, it's just been, if I'm available and you make an ask, it's a yes.
Cool. Right on. Thank you. We need to get you back on Saturdays.
The only reason I haven't said anything, because I'm, like I said, if I'm available, yes. Anytime I'm available. So as soon as my schedule starts to open up with some stuff, I know who to contact now.
Right on. Thank you.
The Queen.
So, I'm sure Barbara Jean could share something on. It can be a little dangerous to just say yes to me. Because you've probably received it. All Michael's nodding his head like, "Oh God, I can tell you stories too." Maybe I don't know, Michael. Maybe we'll give you a chance to tell those or not. But I said it earlier, Barbara Jean. You have said yes to pretty much everything.
Everything. The only thing I put a caveat on was the doing the good news as the regular person, because I'm moving June 1st. So I was like, can we make it a little later in June so I can get packed and moved? But I always say yes to you. And the reason I do is because we have to have a place where we can speak what we teach, what we do, bring light and love into the world and share it out there. And you're doing that in such a remarkable way. You've given us this incredible platform of which we can never repay you for the amount of effort and work you put into this. And the best way we can is to say yes. So I'm always a yes when it comes to you and to lovely Laura. And I just, this experience has been a dream of mine always. I went to journalism school to be a newscaster. But then I realized it's all bad news. And I was like, well, that doesn't really work for me. So I'm out of here. So I had to find a new career in, ministry. You go from, working in a newspaper to, doing some, what was I doing next? So I went to college when I was 30 to become a journalist, completed that, did my internship I went, yeah, okay. Found the Center for Spiritual Living and went, oh, no more journalism, went into real estate for a bit, and then a natural segue into ministry. And then here with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've met the best people here.
You make me wonder. The question that jumps into my mind is how many ministers and others have some sort of broadcast or journalism or other type backgrounds that somewhere along the line it kind of became, yeah, ministry, that sounds like it'd be fun, let's try that. Why not?
Well, you know what? It was a calling. It absolutely was a calling. And I was in a traditional Christian Nazarene church when I had the calling, and women are not allowed to be ministers there.
Right.
And I was like, well, I don't know. I guess I'll be a missionary. And then I was there for about a year and a half, and I'm going, this doesn't make sense to me. And then I found the center, and I was going, oh, thank you, God, a place of love. Yeah. So that was my journey. So glad to be here.
I love it. Glad you are here too. And hey, while we've got you too, I know there's some news for the spiritual community you serve. Can we share that here tonight?
Of course we can.
I think it's known out there. So tell us the big news.
Well, we've changed the name of our center, and there was a couple of reasons for that. One was that Starburst, I just don't get it. But anyway, we're the Universal Joy Center. And the reason that name came up through lots of conversations with lots of people, that name came up as my whole focus in life is about joy. And I found my joy in this teaching. So I am a spiritual being, so I don't need to figure that out. That's a done deal. I have to figure out how to be human and be joyful in the process. And that's what Science of Mind taught me. And that's why I changed the name. And it was a collective in my community. Everybody loves it. And our new logo is spectacular. I'm so in love with the new logo. And even my tattoo, the path to enlightenment. This is the symbol for the path to enlightenment. And then the heart, of course, because I think love is the way. So yeah, that's a little bit about my journey. But yeah, the Universal Joy Center is up and running, and CSL has not approved the name as yet. But they will have the paperwork when they meet in May, and we'll see what kind of sledgehammer comes down around that.
And so it is.
And yeah,
You have named it. You have claimed it.
I've named it. I've claimed it. The government of Canada has accepted it. The website is almost complete. The logo's spectacular. And I have a team of congregants and people who go, yes. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I believe all of you have heard this, but I like saying it. So I have this great vision of a way for all of us to kind of unify, or at least share, express our support in the New Thought movement by adding a simple tagline to our name: a New Thought community. So you can be whatever you are. You can be the Universal Joy Center, a New Thought community. You can be Unity of Tuscaloosa. I don't know if that's a real one or not. You can be Unity Village. And I was speaking to Reverend Aaron McCabe, who is the senior minister of Unity Chapel at Unity Village this past weekend. And we were talking about this, and she was like, do it. Just do it. Just take this video and I'm producing a video of her talk from last week, which is going to be really fun. And she's like, just do it. Slap that on there, a New Thought community. And let's start showing people that, yeah, we have our cultural heritages and our uniqueness of how we came up and what we're growing into. but the unity is not uniformity. Oneness is not the uniformity. And so it's part of, I feel bad. I didn't get a really good copy of the logo yet, so I didn't have it to display this evening. And but I'm really in love with what you're doing there, and I'm really in love with the community that you're building there in Toronto. It's good work.
Yeah, and we're moving into real-time space. We're renting space on Sundays, so we'll move from just online to a hybrid. And our first hybrid service will be on the 18th of May.
Beautiful.
The long weekend up here. And yeah, really, really excited to be back in person. And where we're meeting is a building that was purchased by the Toronto People with AIDS Foundation. And we look after a lot of refugees. I'm on the board of directors, and we're going to be including all of those people in our center as either performers or doing different parts of the service, but also in attendance as they come into the country. So we give them a place where they can be 7 days a week.
Beautiful.
Which is exciting. Yeah.
I love it. Oh, good. Raymond, how about for you, brother? What's on the horizon for and I apologize. I know what you do, but I always get your name.
It's all good. It's all good. The Center for Spiritually Integrated Arts.
Okay. I always want to put more culture in there for something.
Yeah, I got you. And part of that might be because like one of our main focuses is encapsulating the deaf community and deaf culture in it, because there are a lot of deaf people who want what we have to offer, and we don't have access for them in the language that they desire it in. So that's one of the big things that we're doing. And another reason why I need to contact and chat with Amy is because it's the arts, right? Like I have a major arts background in so many different ways, and my mind clicked with this idea. What is spiritual practice? And people, meditation. Okay, cool. Journaling. Okay, cool. Visioning. Okay. Like I get the standards. Very rarely does someone say, oh, dance. Dance is a spiritual practice.
Oh, yes.
Singing is a spiritual practice.
Yes.
Being silly, comedy is a spiritual. Wait a minute, what? So once my mind clicked onto, as was recently said, I already am a spiritual being. So it's a matter of taking my humanity and aligning the two of them. So, okay, so then that means if I am a spiritual being, and as Dr. Holmes said, whatever is true of the one life, because trust and believe there is only one, not two. Never forget that. Okay, so that which God is already is. Then that means when I'm doing laundry, God is doing laundry. God is washing God. We just call it laundry. Okay, so then what does this demonstrate? Wait a minute. So I need agitation to clean the clothes. Oh, well, that Negro spiritual, wade in the water to agitate. Wait a minute. So my mind cracked open with this whole idea of all of the ways that we could bring spirituality, spiritual practices, science of mind and spirit to people when it's not church. Broadway musical, science of mind based Broadway musical, The Golden Girls, and have somebody be, one of the Golden Girls is a practitioner emeritus. Could you imagine? Like, so the Center for Spiritually Integrated Arts is that with bilingual with American Sign Language. What's on the horizon? Very good question, but I'm shaking up the foundation of stuff because we can look around the world right now and we recognize and understand that there is a lot of dis-ease right now in so many ways, in so many places. And those of us who do this teaching, we know that it works.
Yes, we do.
And we have a huge invitation to bring this to the world instead of playing small and being we're not supposed to protest and we're not activists or sacred activists. We're not this and we're not that. And okay, so what are we? And Robert, do you remember the quote you shared the other day when I was on and you said that it has become your mantra recently? You remember it? The quote from
Uh,
Dr. Holmes about if you really know
Oh.
this teaching.
yeah, to desert the truth in the hour of need is to prove that we've never known the truth to begin with.
Are we bringing that truth to every sector and every structure and every person in no matter where we are around this world? So what's next for me? How can I start doing that even more than I do it now?
Mm-hmm.
And where are you in the world, Raymond?
So I am located, so the center is completely virtual. I'm located in Delaware, been here since 2019, October 2019. We're completely virtual right now. And much like you, the goal is eventually to do hybrid, but you know, the teaching center is still so new. It's like, yeah, that wouldn't be, it would be me, 3 chickens and a goose. And that would be like, okay, so we got to wait some time.
Yeah, I get that. I started my center in 2021.
Okay.
And had my first service January 2022. So
Okay.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And this center, we started January 2023. So, you know, we're still new, still young.
Brand new baby, brand new baby. Yeah.
Right.
I want to take your golden girl. I want to take your golden girl's idea and turn it into the New Thought Ministers retirement home.
Come on now.
With a large cast of characters. But more importantly,
come on, it's have a New Thought sitcom. Come on now.
Yeah, no, I'm all with you there. And even more importantly, I want to see the Raymond comedy TikTok channel.
I'm not a comedian though.
Yeah, but
I'm one of the most serious people you know.
Yeah, but
you're very funny.
You could be. So Shay's on board. Shay would watch.
Shay.
The Raymond TikTok comedy channel, the spiritual comedy channel with Brother Raymond. With
Shay watches Ray almost every day. Don't play.
I want to have you on my show, Raymond.
Come on. Let's connect. Are we friends on Facebook?
I'm not on Facebook most of the time. I don't even know how to work that thing.
I will get your email address. Actually, I'm going to put mine in the chat for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
There we go. Perfect. Folks, if you're wondering what you stumbled into, this is our 5th anniversary party for the New Thought Media Network. It was May 1st of 2020 when I had the crazy, interesting idea to do a 13-hour live stream. Never doing that again. That's why we're doing 6 hours this year. Because I learned slowly sometimes, folks. But we're doing 6 hours tonight. We'll be here till 10 o'clock. And the door is open. Yes, and God is 3 chickens and a goose. And dear Tracy Rhymes is with us as well. So we're going to take, I want to take another quick break because, again, we started this whole thing with the idea of music. It was all about music in the beginning, and we've never lost that. And along the way, one of the things that I got to do, and I'm really, really proud of, and it took forever to do it, is a music video for a piece done by Floyd Lula. Again, if you guys don't know, I have a huge crush on Floyd Lula. Love everything they do. Do not encourage Raymond. Okay. And here's we got all kinds of ideas: the Broadway musical, the sitcom, the spiritual comedy center. We can make all of this real and relevant. You are right, Tracy. And here's how we do it: we all go to the donate button, and we do it often, and we do it, and we encourage others to do it. It's an hour and a half. It's an hour and a half in. I'm making my first pitch here, folks. So my board of trustees, I think, would rather I did this a little more often, but there we are.
If I may.
Yes.
While you are donating, share like, subscribe to as many people. You may think a family member, well, my family already think that I, drink Skittles and smoke rainbows. So I'm not going to share. I don't care. Share it. Every social media platform, do it in smoke signals in your backyard, share it. Because the more people that get exposed to it, right? The more people that get the opportunity to watch, to view, to engage, they shift, they evolve, and they may not completely join new thought, but their mind will have a new thought. Their consciousness will have a new thought.
Yeah.
And then there are more people who can donate.
Yes. And I will say right here and now, I know both of you are on our Committed Givers program, that both of you donate on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, that you are financial contributors and supporters, as well as incredibly talented human beings that share your gifts with us. You're sharing your financial good with us as well. And that's key. It's important, folks. We joke that I can double Michael's salary at any time, and we really do need to give Michael a salary, and we do want to pay other people in this organization, and we have those costs and all those things that go along with creating ministry. And so tonight is an opportunity that we ask you to consider sharing some of your financial good with us and help us to continue to bring these ideas forward and make them reality. 5 years ago, this was a dream, and today we are a force within the New Thought movement, and we are a recognized entity and voice within the New Thought movement. And that's thanks to pioneers like the folks on your screen tonight, the folks that are going to visit with us a little later, and the folks that have been contributing all the way along. So we're going to continue to celebrate those throughout the evening. And let's play a little music and let everybody get a drink of water and a chance to take a little breath. And I want to share something that I've always been really, really proud of. This is Keep On Walking, produced completely by New Thought Media Network in partnership with Floyd Lula. I do trust that you will enjoy.
Walk a mile or a minute in another man's shoe. He's got a path to take to find his truth. Any way you spin it, he's a lot like you. Finding his faith on roads that you never choose. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Don't let it cloud your vision. Life be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Let that be your only mission always. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Tell a tale you're in it, you're a brother man's blues. You got a destination now and no excuse. Why do you condemn it when it's not your own? You can't see it once the light has shone. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Don't let it cloud your vision. Let be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Let that be your only mission always. in hand, one with another. Walk with your sister and brother always. One foot in front of the other, hand in hand, one with another. Walk with your sister and brother always. One foot in front of the other, hand in hand, one with another. Walk with your sister and brother always. One foot in front of the other, hand in hand, one with another. Walk with your sister and brother always. Don't let it cloud your vision. Let be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Let that be your only mission always. Don't let it cloud your vision. That be your only mission always. Let go of the old condition. Let that be your only mission always. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking.
And we're back on a
Fabulous.
Friday night, the 5th anniversary of the New Thought Media Network. And that's Keep On Walking. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you guys like that or not, but I've been proud of that one. I've always thought that we did a pretty good job on that one.
It's a great one.
I agree.
Hey, I thought I turned that one off. Excuse me. Excuse me.
This is live. You can tell. No.
All right. Trivia question number 1. Anybody know how much it costs to replace a windshield in Colorado these days?
I can only imagine.
$695.
Here's my gripe. Here's the thing. I've got good insurance. It only cost us $100. Not sure how many hundred more it costs the insurance company, but you would, in today's world, you would think that Safelite knows this household recently spent money with them and has a claim with and went through them to get a windshield. Like, I understand the whole predictive marketing thing, and if I click on something, I'm going to get a feed, and if I say something too loud near my phone, I'll get, advertising for it. But with all that tech, they should know that I already bought a windshield. I don't need another one, right? Yeah. And you're wasting your money, Safelite and all these other companies that do that. And so, that's what we're here for, right? That's why New Thought Media Network is different. That's what we are the answer to that kind of marketing and media. And as we've grown, I realize there really is a great platform here to get the word out, to share more about the good things that are happening in New Thought, the conferences, the ways people are getting together, the type of work that's being done. And what started as just a way for me to not have to make up a new playlist every day, something that just started as a way for me to have my tunes and stay in my own positive little bubble of life, has not only blossomed into into broadcasting, but really is becoming an avenue of documentation, of documenting what's happening in the New Thought movement and who's showing up where and who's saying what. And I think that's really, really an important part of what we're doing here.
And So you're giving people the opportunity, two things specifically. There's a certain person who is in a secret bunker somewhere with, I don't remember how many megawatts, but I'm not going to say any names because, you know, Area 54 and 39 may be looking for him and whatnot. But anyway, the opportunity to look at the news, because there are so many people in New Thought who are like, yeah, I don't listen to the news because the news is so negative and I don't this and that, because news. And Michael gives them the opportunity to tune in and reframe what they can be in alignment with via the news. Right. And then a certain other person has a show referencing, what is it? Ministers talking Schimmelfinny, ministers talking Shazbot, ministers talk something like that. You know what I'm talking about, right? But it gives the
network.
Yeah, that'd be your show.
Oh, right.
That's right.
but it gives people the idea that we're not on a pedestal. Right. We can speak the language of regular everyday. Do ministers every now and then curse? Yes. But you're supposed to be. No, see, there is no supposed to be. As long as we are in integrity and following principle and anchored in love, bad words such as beep, 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 you insert the beeps, like any of those things, it doesn't make us any less sacred, holy, or divine. It's simply us having the authenticity to speak honestly. And you're giving that space. Yeah. Which means people can change their paradigm about, oh, you know, Reverend Barbara and Pastor Michael and Reverend Dr. Robert and Reverend Dr. Ray. Oh, they have it all together and they're so, and you know, my life, if they only knew, you give them the opportunity to realize, no, we are all on the same page in spirit. That's profound.
It is the truth. It is the truth. Yeah.
It is the truth. And we have
beings.
And we have another truth teller joining us. And Reverend Barbara, I'm going to ask you to do this introduction.
Certainly.
Because you probably know our next guest better than I do. Whoa, where'd we go?
Where'd she go?
You took her out of the shot, didn't you? Oh, there she is.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
That's okay.
Welcome,
hi, everyone.
Hi, Cheryl.
Good evening. I'm so sorry that I've actually missed part of this show. And I'm excited to wish you a happy anniversary, New Thought Media Network, Robert, and all of you who have been working so hard at this. So, and I know it's grown and I know that it's doing well. And you guys are just troopers. You're true pioneers.
Well, thank you.
And you're doing not so bad yourself as my co-host.
Well, thank you.
So do tell us a little more about your show, actually. Share a little bit more. I think it's one of the most creatively named programs on the network, truthfully. When I first heard it, I'll be straight up. When I first heard it, I was like,
what?
Sure? Really? You want to go with that? But I've grown to love it. So yeah, please fill us in a little more.
Out of my mouth.
Okay.
What's gonna come out of my mouth? Cheryl and I and Marg Dupuis, we actually do a show called Out of My Mouth, and it's about fierce conversations. It's the real stuff. We're reshaping it a bit for the fall, but we're really trying to hit on all of the things people do not want to talk about, the taboos in life.
That's it.
And Cheryl's perspective is very different from mine because she was born and raised in South Africa. So we bring different things to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's really about having courageous conversations, right? The courage to talk about things that people don't want to talk about. and to just bring them out into the open and really let people see that it's okay to talk about these things, and it's not a bad thing or a good thing. It just is okay to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Cheryl, I do want to make sure everybody else is aware that we're aware. You happen to jump into a room here that is filled with CSL ministers.
Okay.
And we want to know a little bit more of your journey through New Thought. One of the things that I love about New Thought Media Network is we are breaking down those false barriers, those false beliefs in denominationalism, in the exceptionalism of CSL and organizations. And I love that you bring a different New Thought perspective than our own to the game. I think it helps all of us. So share with us, if you will, just a little bit of your journey of how you end up here on the network and hanging out with this crowd.
Well, I'm the spiritual leader at Unity Kitchener in Ontario, Canada. And the minute I met Barbara, we were at an airport in Vancouver. And it was like we recognized each other and just started walking to each other with open arms. It was just incredible. And then we were actually at a strategic planning for Unity Canada because we were both board members. And we just started talking about New Thought and saying that, number one, we were going to work together one day. We didn't know how or when or what. But we also spoke about exactly what you're saying, Robert, that the New Thought, that we've got these different pockets of New Thought organizations that are really saying the same thing, but maybe just in a slightly different way, using different language, but the principles are the same. And so for me, even though I'm a Unity person, which I love the 5 principles. I love, what they call the 12 powers, which to me are principles as well. I really am more excited about bringing the teachings together and being one as we talk about, because we talk about oneness and yet we are separate.
Yeah.
So that's sort of where I'm at.
And Cheryl and I, we advertise each other's programs and classes and events. We collaborate on a lot of things together. We live about an hour and a half apart. She's a little bit southwest of me. And we've done lots of good things, bingo nights, so all kinds of stuff we've done together.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
including the show on NT Media.
Yeah. And another thing, Robert, I mean, I think you're a board member of the ANTN, Association for New Thought Network, which is exactly what this is about as well, right? Being different organizations of New Thought being under one roof and coming together to share that wonderful experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I that's again another one of those alignments that I love is this network, and this is the way the game is played. This is how the universe works.
Yeah,
I have set in motion a vision and bring my consciousness to it, and what we've attracted or perhaps repelled sometimes, but it is a unifying consciousness that says, how do we bring all of the wondrous aspects of New Thought together? Even as I say that, I think it's turning into happy hour here at New Thought Media Network, because things are about to get rowdy. Reverend Elzia Sekou is here with us, my co-host on Friday mornings, Ministers Talking Shit program and other programs of great importance. And Divine Science is getting in the house. Here is Reverend Jeff Ratcliffe. Rapidly becoming the leading voice on Friday's Fireside Chat, hosted at 6 o'clock here on Mountain Time Zone. on New Thought Media Network. Gentlemen, welcome aboard.
Nice to be here.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be in and out. I got another meeting, you know. I don't know why they do the world like that, all these meetings. Who designed these meeting things? I don't know, but I got a couple of them. But I wanted to jump in. I'm going to jump in, and then I'm going to jump out, and I'm going to jump back in. And I heard the water was fine, and so I'm loving it because the New Thought swimming pool, if you will, is just the right temperature. It has just the right amount of beach balls and floaties and all of the things that we need to create a happy, fun environment. Now, that means there got to be some work. I mean, you know, either you got to hold on to a floaty or you got to learn how to swim when you jump in the pool. You know, being from Florida, it's like, you know, if you were slow in learning how to swim like me, they took me up on the high diving board and wouldn't let me come back down. So the only way out was to jump and swim because I'm in like 10 or 12 feet of water. I left the pool, I jumped, I swam all the way out, and I left for a while, but I did come back because it was fun. And so that's what we're creating here with this environment is a swimming pool where everybody, you know, you got to swim, but you can jump in and find your space. So I'm loving it.
Right on.
It's a great description.
And we love you, Elzia.
Those of you who know me know that I grew up in farm country, and my grandmother always said, if you leave my table hungry, it's your fault.
Yeah.
If we bring this to the people, that's we're fulfilling our job.
Yeah.
I just pray that they don't leave the table hungry.
And if they do, it's their fault, right?
Well, we wouldn't say it that way, but you know,
no. We're gonna say it just that way. We're gonna say it just that way. Because all the food is laid out. There are plenty of plates, there are plenty of forks, there are plenty of spoons, there's dessert, there's drinks. And if you come in telling me you're hungry, and I'm saying, you know, there may be some things you don't like, but I'm sure there's something you can find that you can dig in.
Yeah.
You tell me, oh, I'm starving. I'm gonna say, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
doubt, no doubt.
Just like Renaissance poem in The Science of Mind. Peace be unto thee, stranger. The table is laid and the fruits of life are set before thee. Yeah, it's it's my favorite poem.
What a concept, huh?
Yeah.
You know, one thing, I'm sorry, Robert. I just, Dr. Raymond was on the show with us the other day, and we kicked around some ideas. I ain't gonna even say what it is yet because it's still in the incubator, so it's still working. But I saw someone put on the chat when I came in. I looked at it about, you know, doing sitcoms or movie shorts right here on this network to accentuate these principles. And we kicked around the idea or gave the genesis of an idea that I think its time has come because the whole universe is able to be looked at from a new thought perspective, right? And so we have to begin to look at every aspect of life, whatever the drama is, whatever the art is, whatever the problem is, whatever the war is, and put it in a context that it could be digested, transformed, and come out in another way. And if we don't do that, we're doing ourselves a disservice, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Whenever CSL did the book study with Dr. Sean Ginwright, one of the chapters, I did the chapter, I think it was about possibilities. And I laid out this idea that oftentimes we focus on, 4 pivots. And I laid out this idea that oftentimes we focus on 7 + 3 equals. And we're so focused on the 7 + 3 versus, because that's only going to give us one answer. If we do the math right, 7 plus 3 is only going to give us one answer. But if we take the 7 plus 3 away, start with the equal, and then do a 25, how many different things are on the left-hand side of that equal now that will give us 25? Once we set into motion, you know, like the Queen said and Cheryl said, the idea of getting rid of the side, it's stuck now. I'm sorry, Barbara G. But the idea of getting rid of the silos, right, and coming together. And as Cheryl was talking about that, what came to my mind, and Elzia, you know, did the thing about the swimming pool, was the Grammys. What are the Grammys? It is a place where all music is celebrated, honored, and you come together. Where is that in New Thought, where the Grammys of the umbrella of all come here and we celebrate agape, divine science, unity, CSL, and whoever else under this, and we celebrate, right? And we recognize you and we celebrate you. We start with what's on the right-hand side of the equal. Sitcoms, Broadway musical, you know, the foundations of God is all there is. We believe in the omnipotence and omnipresence of God. Okay, start there. How do we now create this? Robert, you said earlier when Barbara Jean was sharing about starting off in journalism, and you said, think about how many people within New Thought in general have some kind of background in. Wait a minute. So what you're saying is we already have the resources of knowledge, education, and skill that we could be. Dr. Holmes said, open at the top. We already have the wherewithal to have CBS, NBC, ABC, Netflix, and everything else knocking on your door saying, who is this Reverend Dr. Robert Brzezinski, and how do we get a contract with him so that we've had Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, we've got the Fabulous Five, well, now they've got the New Thought retirees or so. I don't remember what they said it was called, but it's a group of ministers or something in a retirement facility where they talk about, I don't know, old principles of, but it's amazing. It's funny. It lights people up and it's real.
And it's real.
We could already be doing this. And this right here is a demonstration of exactly that.
Yeah.
You should get excited.
You said what?
You should get excited. A little passion in your
I try.
presentation.
I try. I'm so dry and monotone.
I love you already.
Now, Barbara Jean, imagine if him and I were together.
Yeah, that low
they would have to put corks on top of it after a while.
See, that's why I sing joyful, joyful, I am joyful, joy comes out of my pores. Everything I say and do is founded on joy some more. That's my thing.
I love it.
I ain't playing.
Oh,
I have seen the future of Friday mornings.
and it is us.
For me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're ready for a comedy hour. I think it's time.
But, you know, Robert and I, we actually put together a concept. We never flashed it out about doing a 10, 15-minute sitcom series to take a scenario, chop, and put it out.
I love it.
You know, that's the next thing.
Amen.
That's the next thing. And we all can work together.
Yep.
Absolutely.
My husband's a comedic actor who does a lot of those little creative skits or it's not what they call them anymore, but I can't remember what it is called.
And there have been efforts at this. Reverend Cliff Rubin, who is now up in Edmonton, but where he was when he was in California, I believe.
Yeah, it's in Burbank.
In Burbank. the community, and there was a community affinity for it. If you just hear the word Burbank, and so there was a community affinity for the project, and they contributed not only some of the funds, but the time, made sure the resources were adequate, and allowed Cliff to do that work, my understanding, as part of his ministerial duties. And they produced some good film. They produced some good short film, not shorts as we would call them today. Again, I'm still seeing Raymond as TikTok guru king going on here. I think, yeah. But so, folks, we're gonna do a little something here because well, honestly, I'm tired of laughing for a moment, and I need to get a bite to eat, and I know there's a couple other folks that are on here as well. So we're gonna kick this over to the normal Friday fireside chat crowd, because what you normally get at this hour is the Friday fireside chat, and we thought we'd give you all a chance to experience that in a little bit more of its natural form. And there's pizza waiting for me upstairs, and we've still got another 4 hours to go. So we're 1/3 of the way through. We're going to let our guests grab a drink of water and have some lunch as well. We're going to be back in a little bit with more, but for now, let's kick it over to Michael and Jeff for the Friday fireside chat. Thanks for being a part of it, folks. We'll see you again real soon.
Awesome.
All right. Live from the secure concrete bunker somewhere in Akron, Ohio. That is so top secret. Only one person, that is Diego Reyes, who was on earlier. Only he knows where it's at. This is the Friday evening fireside chat, the Reader's Digest version this evening. And we have this evening our staff commentator, who was just promoted a few weeks ago from guest commentator to staff commentator, and his salary was doubled, from the great state of Tennessee, formerly of the great state of West Virginia, Divine Science Minister, Reverend Jeff Ratcliffe.
Hey.
That's all you have to say?
Oh, no, I got lots more to say. But
okay, really good.
Yeah.
And again, we would like to remind you that this is also a wonderful opportunity for you to give this evening. And so if you could, again, we want to thank everyone that do support us financially. But if this is your first time, greetings and welcome. We're giving you an opportunity here to give this evening. ntmedia.org/donate. Give a very generous one-time gift, or you can do like I do and give on a monthly basis. So again, we use the funds to take this message to the whole world, to help other New Thought organizations take the message to the whole world. ntmedia.org/donate. All right.
Sounds good.
You know what? I thought that I would do like a story on like the tariffs this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like it. And of course, Donald, number 47, of course, what he is doing is that he is challenging Harvard's tax-exempt status by revoking it, or trying to. And then he also signed with a Sharpie an order yesterday to direct the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to end public funding for America's two biggest public broadcasters. But I don't want to talk about that.
Too late. You already did.
No, well, I did, but we're going to talk about Lindsey Graham jokingly asked the conclave in Rome to keep an open mind about making President Trump the new pope.
I got comments on this one.
Oh, I bet you do. He says, I was excited to hear that President Trump is open to the idea of being the next pope. This would truly be a dark horse candidate. But I would ask the papal conclave and the Catholic faithful to keep an open mind about this possibility. Lindsey Graham had the guts enough to say this in a post on Tuesday on X. He added the first Pope U.S. president combinations as many upsides. Watch for white smoke. Graham concluded his post by saying Trump MMXXVIII. I have no idea what that means in Roman numerals.
2028.
2028. Okay, there you go. Graham's lighthearted post through a response from Meghan McCain, who told the senator to get a grip. There's another picture of Trump 2028.
Yeah.
Trump said the post came just after Trump spoke with reporters outside the White House and jokingly said that he'd like to be the next leader of the Catholic Church. I'd like to be Pope, he said. That would be my number one choice. But Trump more seriously later says he has no preference for who the church ultimately chooses, but that the cardinal out of New York, who is Timothy Dolan, that's the cardinal that Donald was referring to, is not expected to be a finalist in the decision. The remarks come as the Catholic Church is set to decide who will be its next leader. Again, with Pope Francis making his transition last week at 88, he died of a stroke, which was a complication of lung disease that he had that had kept the Pope ill for several weeks. Your comments, Reverend Jeff Ratcliffe.
Well, Lindsey Graham, God love the Southern Baptist people that accept him as one of their own.
Right.
He was blowing white smoke, all right, but it wasn't coming out of the chimney.
Reverend Jeff, I'm shocked.
Here's the deal, though.
Not really, but go ahead.
He jumped on that bandwagon and he spurred those horses into immediate gallop. I mean, not even realizing that you have to be Catholic in order to be Pope. And
right.
Yeah, and Donald is a Trumpetarian. And I'm not sure where they fall.
A Trumpetarian? Who is that? Is that a denomination?
Yeah, where you worship Donald Trump. Yeah, he's a Trumpetarian.
Oh my!
And like I said, I think Trumpetarians are mostly Protestant. So
okay.
I don't think it would fly for him as Pope.
No, you have to be a baptized Catholic. Now, I'm not sure if you have to be practicing or not, but I have a better chance of becoming Pope than Donald because I'm baptized Catholic. But that we all know that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But the reason I put that in there, folks, is because, again, that we try to kind of poke fun at the news and to give it to you in such a way whereas you can go ahead and say, well, those people, and they're an expression of the divine and they're expression of God. And that I think that this whole idea of that we go ahead and we shut the news off, I don't think it's a very good idea. I mean, personally, we need to be informed. No, you don't need to have CNN on for all day long, but to be informed so that, again, that you can be a part of the change, a part of what's going on, which again, we are bringing light to the world by doing what we're doing here, especially on this network. Your comments, Reverend Jeff.
Yeah. We poke fun at this stuff, but there's so much in the news that everybody, if you look at social media, they're freaking out over it. There's a lot of fear with a lot of the stuff that's going on right now. So if we can take and poke a few holes in it and pop the balloon of fear, then we're going to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We were, there's, like I said, so much that is they're trying to promote fear. So, and that's not what we're for. That's not what we're about. Mother Teresa said, supposedly, I'm not sure that she actually said it, that don't invite me to a war protest because, I don't want to be there. I'm not against war. I want to be for something. So if you want to invite me for something, invite me to a rally for peace. And that's what we need to do. We need to focus our attention on what we desire to see in our lives. We all know that what we resist persists. And when we allow these stories to cause fear and all that, we're resisting them. And of course, it's just going to keep going at us.
Oh, Catherine has a very good comment. She says, "Oh, come on, that can't be true."
Yeah, well,
Lindsey Graham was making a joke, but in some forms, Catherine, they were serious, which is extremely scary. Yeah. All right. Now, what everyone has tuned in for this evening is not my news story. Of course not. We have a segment this evening that has to be okayed by the legal department of the New Thought Media Network. They have to go through this segment of the show very carefully so that they give Reverend Jeff permission to swear. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce this evening Reverend Jeff's story of the week.
I love the echo.
Now hold it. Before you go into your story, I did submit a production request.
Okay.
For that to be done professionally. I thought I was going to get it back from my producing friend, but I didn't. But maybe next week we will have finally Reverend Jeff's story of the week professionally done.
You know who would be good for this? Oh shoot, what's his name? The announcer on the NPR show. Wait, don't tell me. I'm drawing a blank on his name. People, you're watching, help me with this. I'm drawing a blank on it, but he would be good for that.
Well, I already have. This is a guy from my my radio group, and he's a group of us in the Akron area and Cleveland area. We meet, who are broadcast professionals. We meet every couple of weeks, and one of my friends there went ahead and volunteered who does voice acting. He's going to do that. So, but what is your story of the week, Reverend Jeff?
Bill Curtis. That's who I was thinking about.
Okay.
Don't put up the slides just yet. Let me get into this. Well, like we were talking just a little bit ago, there's so much fear and stuff going on. And Paul said, if you want to draw on Christian scripture, Paul said, whatever's pure and holy and just and uplifting, think on those things. And so I was thinking to myself, well, how can I do that? What can I do? Well, I don't do handicrafts or anything like that to kind of take my mind off of things. I read a little bit, listen to some music a little bit, but that's about it. I do have a love of my life, and she's lying over here on the floor at my feet asleep. named Lily Rose. And those of you who may have maybe seen her before, she's my little Pomeranian. And so I thought, well, what can I do that can make me happy and take my mind off all the stuff that's going on? So I thought, you know what? I can put her picture into AI and come up with some different scenarios with my sweet little Lily Rose. And so, Michael, let's bring up a slide or two. There she is, Princess. Her full name, her AKC registered name is Hilltop Princess Lily Rose. And so this was the very first one that I did of her as a princess.
Okay.
I have no idea about the birds in the background, but it's still
I think that's a nice touch, though.
Oh, well, you know what? I have a bird story. Right before, just about an hour before.
Well, we only have a few more minutes here, why don't we go through the slides here?
Yeah, but she loves to chase birds, and she chased a turkey away from the front porch. So there you go. But that's Hilltop Princess Lily Rose.
Okay.
And so I thought, well, what else can I do? So this was an actual photograph of me and her. This was taken a couple of years ago, actually, right after she got groomed. We were literally outside the groomer. So I'm not real fond of the way that I was portrayed in it. I think they could have done a little bit better with me, but I think they captured her perfectly.
You look just fine. Oh man. And there she is.
Lily the Wonder Dog, as you call it. Actually, AI named her Power Palm.
Power Palm.
Power Palm.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the butterflies.
Yeah. Out chasing butterflies. She likes butterflies too. She'll chase anything. She likes butterflies. She can't understand why they don't want to stop and play, because they always fly away from her.
And there's a rainbow.
Yeah. Yeah. Now this one was inspired. My friend Reverend Patty Paris, who is pastor of Vision CSL in San Diego, posted a picture of a dog out in the field with a rainbow. And I thought, well, I'd like to see Lily in something like that. So this is a little different from hers, but she was the inspiration for this particular one.
Well, if you wonder what you stumbled onto this evening, this is just a snippet, a little taste of the Friday evening fireside chat, which is held every Friday evening, 8 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Mountain, here on your New Thought Media Network. Catherine says, it's hard sometimes to tell what is a joke and what isn't, especially in this climate. Getting back to our Pope story.
Do I get to use up one of my expletives that the legal gave me?
Well, yes. I don't know.
I'd say to Catherine.
Can I bring on a special guest here for just a second here?
What's that?
Can I bring on a special guest?
Sure.
Waiting in the wings here, ladies and gentlemen, it is Jamie Lula. Hello, Jamie.
Oh, cool.
Hi, y'all. How you doing?
Good. Well, they're all taking a pizza break.
They're taking a pizza. I just had curry, so I'm good.
Oh, okay. Really good.
Yeah. If you guys were here, you could have some curry.
Oh, yeah. So, Jamie, what do you think about the stuff happening in the news?
Oh, the stuff happening in the news. You know what? It's a great opportunity to pray. It's a great opportunity to pay attention to, like Reverend Michael always says, to stay in the upper room.
Right.
And it doesn't mean that I don't get upset, but I have a tendency to surround myself with like-minded individuals. And it's not a spiritual bypass, but it's always a conversation about the solution, not the problem.
Absolutely. And again, that what we talk about on the Friday evening fireside chat is to be a part of the solution.
Yeah.
And that we have the power.
Yeah.
And what I was thinking about the other day was that, especially about and I'm just pointing this out here, the early Christian church, they thrived under persecution. I'm not saying that we have to go there, But what I'm kind of is saying is that what we need to do here is again to love exactly what they did back in community. And guess who's back from? Are you back, sir, from eating pizza, or is your mouth still full of pizza? Oh, you're not back yet. Okay. Oh, we want. Can I have Jamie do a song? Can I have
I'm
Jamie
back.
do a song?
I'm back. Brother Lula.
Hey, Rev, how you doing?
Well,
Good,
thank
how
you
are
guys.
you?
That was fun.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for holding down the fort there, Brother Michael and Jack. Oh, and they're taking off. Okay. You guys don't have to take off. You can hang out. Brother Jamie, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. Life is in session, my brother. It's all good, though.
Is it? Yes.
Yeah, we had a great, we had a circle of song. I think I've told you about this. The last Wednesday of the month, I invite a bunch of songwriters over, and I make dinner, of which I had leftovers. I had some vegetable curry and then peach pie, but we make dinner, I make dinner. I cook it all,
right?
And then we share songs, and it was a really great gathering. A good friend of mine that I went to Musicians Institute with was here, and it's his first time at my house, first time at the Circle of Song, and really great guy, great singer, great songwriter, pianist, wonderful all-around musician. Grew up in the Christian church. His father was a minister. And when he met me in 1987, which was when I got to Los Angeles, he was convinced I was going to hell because I was always getting late, or that's his thing. It wasn't always, and I cursed a lot, so I was bound for hell. And he's since broken with the church. I mean, we actually music directed at West Angeles, which is one of the biggest churches out in Los Angeles, and he's a white guy, and but very talented. But he had a break, and he's kind of in at a point of he's really doubting. He doesn't have faith. He lost his faith. And not necessarily in Jesus, the teachings of Jesus, but in the dogma of the church. So it was a very interesting conversation. My friend Ed Munter, who's an amazing artist that you should become familiar with, Robert, really talked him down off the ledge, and it was fascinating. And the bottom line of this is what I believe in, and what your other host, who I'm sorry, I apologize, I don't know your name, I'm so sorry. Talking about being in community. And that was the importance of my Wednesday nights, is I needed community after COVID. And right now I really feel like, speaking of what's in the news, it's like we need to be in community. We need to be singing together. We need to be sharing. We need to be uplifting each other. So I'm sorry, it's kind of a long-winded way to go on about it, but.
No worries. Thank you. Our dear friend, Reverend Barbara Jean, is back from the evening lunch break as well. So thank you for that. And my co-host here tonight, Jamie, and confidant in collaboration, Reverend Michael Mangus, who likes to pretend he's in a concrete bunker somewhere in Ohio. But
I am.
We all really do know where it is.
No, I am in the concrete bunker somewhere around that. You still don't know where it's at.
I have it pulled up on Google Maps. Would you like me to dox you in front of everybody? No, you wouldn't. And folks, if you're just joining us, we are back from the dinner hour. Thank you to Reverend Michael and Reverend Jeff for holding down the fort and giving us a taste of what New Thought Media Network it does on Friday nights. It's a big night around here, and again, back to one of the things that we do so well, and I want to give a big shout out because Jamie, I've always considered you to be a minister of music, no matter how we say it. So if Reverend slips out, forgive me, but
okay.
you were a part of our very first experience, and I even remember that you were in the Lakewood, Denver area pre-COVID. You and I did a podcast where you were literally sitting in my office in that chair that sits right there now. And we did a podcast, which was like well before any of this came into full consciousness, and before any of this came into any form, really. And so you've been here all along. The last time we did this 5 years ago, I kept us up till some unruly hour of the night, and it got kind of weird and sloppy. I was looking at the videos of it today, and they're still out there, folks, if you dig deep enough in our archives on YouTube. So.
How much alcohol was consumed?
Very little.
Okay.
Very little. So and there will be even less tonight, for I am on my seltzer and caffeine flavoring tonight, folks. So but anyway, my brother Jamie, it has been such an amazing ride. We've been sharing Floyd Lula music throughout the evening already, and I'm hoping we can get a song or two out of you tonight. So do you have something for us?
Oh yeah, I do. It's an oldie but goodie, but I think that it's important for right now. I think that, like I say, community is going on, and it's I think that we talk about it in a lot of communities. It's like the old is dying away. The old paradigm is dying away. I wish it would move a little quicker, but I'm going to honor its speed limit, because I know that it takes time, because it took a long time to build it, to create it, the patriarchy. And I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, Robert, for having me. Thank you for you and your family and all the ways that you have held me and created space for me, and welcomed me in your home for a show and showed up at my shows. And let me walk to the banks of the river of love, where the current runs deep, baptized in the one where there's no separation, and the light is all we see, honoring all our differences, and love will set us free. Whoa, oh, Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Oh, Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Oh, you rock my soul. I said, oh, you rock my soul. You rockin', you rockin', you rockin', you rockin', you rockin' my soul. You rockin', you rockin', you rockin', you rockin', rockin' my soul. Oh, Lord, yeah. Don't you know I see the blessings of the past? It's time to re-qualify. Let's not forget, but learn to forgive. God knows we've got to try. It's my responsibility to heal the wound in me. Compassion, faith, hope, and love, and truth will set us free. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. Oh, Mother, Father, God, there's a healing going on. And oh, you rock my soul, yeah. Oh, you rock my soul, yeah.
soul, yeah, yeah. I say, oh, you rock my soul, New Thought Media, yeah. Oh, you rock my soul, oh, Lord. Oh, you rock my soul. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I feel your healing going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Woo, 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 woo. Give it up, folks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, I so honor how it feels like it's been almost forever in my experience of New Thought and metaphysics and science of mind and all this and all that. And your music has been not only part of the soundtrack, but it's part of the growth and the evolution. And I've heard that in your music, in your voice, and in what you share, in how you show up in the world. And seen pictures of your son recently out there, and I remember back to the first time I heard Boy in a Bucket, and and other things that you have so given yourself to this movement, to this message, if you will, with your own brand and your own perspective and your own voice of it all. That sounds just a little too cliche-ish, but with you, that it's really an honor to get to share experiences like this and to get you to once again watch you shine.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all that you've done and your entire team, that and all the different people and all the different shows that you're doing, finding a way to creating a space for people to come in and uncover something new and something different. I think it's a great opportunity for our larger community, the umbrella, the unity churches, the independent churches, the CSLs, all of them to come together and to share their wisdom. It's interesting. On Wednesday night, this my friend that was talking, we were talking about Chris. He said, "So you don't look at other people of other faiths and judge them or think that they're wrong." And it's like, no, we embrace all the traditions, because there's truth in all traditions, and it comes down to a cultural choice that where you are, where you live. It's like you kind of go with the flow, and it's like, but there's no right or wrong in anybody else's religion. But he was like, wow, because he grew up in the Christian church, and it's like, I'm telling you, I was going to hell, and most of us at the school were going to hell as far as he was concerned. It's like, and I said to him, I said, Les, that's hell. That's hell. Thinking that other people are going, that's like they're going to hell because they don't believe what I believe. That's hell. And it's like we want to bring heaven to earth. We want to honor all traditions. We want to, and if you're not hurting me, if you're taking care of yourself and you're taking care of the kids and the elderly and the community, it's a blessing. It's a gift. It's like and you've probably done this, Robert, Michael, you have as well. I prayed with so many people from so many different faiths. And the common theme is, it's like, may our crops grow and may my family be healthy and live in peace. It's like, that's the common theme. It's not, this particular sect has to die or something like that. It's like, everybody live in harmony.
It doesn't matter how you pray, I mean, we all pray from the one. So we may use different words, different language, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but when you pray with people from different faiths, it's like, wow, you're right. The verbiage might be a little bit different, but it all comes down to the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I laugh because you're right. We are very open and accepting of other faiths and other, because we save the judgment for ourselves.
There you go.
We
Following right along with the Jewish and the Catholic tradition.
We do enough of that internally to each other and to ourselves individually that we don't need to do it to the people outside. We can but we're healing that, folks. We're getting beyond that. We're healing that, I promise. So, brother Eamon Duffy is with us from the New Thought men's community. Thank you so much, Robert, for shining your light and supporting New Thought through New Thought Media Network. Love you all. Love you, brother. I think you might, Eamon, you should have the access link if you'd like to come on air and say hello. You're more than welcome to. And we'd love to have you on the show tonight.
And I'll be with Eamon in a couple of weeks. David Alt and I will be with Eamon in a couple of weeks for the men's gathering, the online gathering. I think the 17th of May.
That's right. Oh, look at that. Speak an angel's name and up he appears.
There he is.
Reverend Eamon Duffy from the New Thought men's community. How are you doing, sir? Good evening. We're putting you on the spot. There you go.
I'm doing great, you guys. Just celebrating with you and just grateful for all that you've done, man.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And now, yes, you and Jamie are going to be together in a couple of weeks, for the virtual.
2 weeks from
Tell us a
tomorrow.
little bit about that.
Eamon, tell him.
We might have a little lag going on here tonight, folks.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay,
Quite all right.
Let's try that. Might be better. Jamie, I'm so looking forward to being with you. Our men's gathering on the 17th, and David Alt and Robert's going to be there too. So yeah, it's going to be great. Just, New Thought guys hanging out, getting to be together, and just feeling the love, feeling the connection. So I'm super psyched about it. I always am, though. It's a great time, and even though it's online this year, normally we do it live, but it's online this year. It's just one day, Saturday. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So what is the date? What is the time? Where can they get the information?
Yeah. Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, it's it's Saturday, May 17th from 9 in the morning until 6 at night.
9 Mountain, right?
Mountain time. So, but you can get more information at over here, newthoughtmenscommunity.com. So, or newthoughtmens.community. Sorry. Oh yeah, beautiful. There it is, right there. Events, and there it is, the online gathering. And if you scroll down from there, you can click a button, and that's what happens. Yeah, it's going to be super fun. So I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I also just want to say, Robert, just so grateful for you. I mean, like last year we did our first men's summit, and it was a huge success. And you were a huge part of that. New Thought Media Network really helped us break through that glass ceiling that we have been working on that for 3 years to get it going. And finally, you guys, your support was just so beautiful. And, almost like 250 or more people showed up. And it's open to all. We're doing it again this year, men and women. We want the guys to get the information, and we want women to know what we're doing. The women in our community to see that this is how we're, giving tools, we're giving support. We're really trying to lift up this idea of healthy, mature, loving masculinity in not only in our community, but in the world right now, at a time where it seems like there is a lot of pushback from the old models of masculinity that are actually kind of moving out, making room for these new, healthier models of masculinity for all of us. So, and creating this beautiful world that does work for all. So, Yeah, I'm grateful to you being a part of that, brother. And I know you're going to be a speaker this year. I hope Jamie will be a speaker as well and bring his music and share his wisdom as he's always done with our community. And just so looking forward to it. It's in the fall though, so we're a ways out from that one. But
yes,
but it
we've
was
got some time.
yeah, thankfully, actually. There's plenty to do between now and then.
Exactly.
But just wanted to, just shout out and just give you, our love from our community and love from me personally for, just helping us take it to that next level. And New Thought Media Network and that's what you've been doing. That's what I've been seeing across the board for people doing podcasts. We now have a podcast as well. And for others, just sharing this New Thought wisdom, sharing their perspective, sharing their experience. And it's just, this is part of that new movement that is about expanding out into the world because, as much as I think it's great, as much as we probably think it's great, the world needs it right now. The old models just aren't working anymore. People are really suffering. And it's times like these when we really do start to search and when we do start to look and say, there's got to be something better out there. There's got to be something that's going to help me, that's really going to, help me, support me and my family, support me in a community sense and in a spiritual sense, especially. Because I think we're all looking for that deeper meaning right now, especially. Like, what am I here for? Those ancient questions. Who am I and what am I here for? And the world needs us. The world needs us more than ever right now, with just all the pain that's in the world, all the struggling that's in the world. So this philosophy brings hope and brings joy and brings love. And it's nothing I'd rather be doing, man. So,
well, and I want to jump in that I've always appreciated, and you and I have had this conversation many, many times, that your choice of the New Thought men's community as a moniker is incredibly intentional, and it kind of falls back onto something Jamie was saying a little earlier today, and that Reverend Barber, Jean, and I have talked about as well, and pretty much everybody on this network has talked about at one point or another, is this sense of revival of and of a true embodiment of all the various roots and branches of New Thought, that now is the time to come together. And I had the pleasure last weekend of being over at Unity Village, and on Sunday we went to see Erin McCabe and her talk from last Sunday. Go watch it, everybody. It's really a clarion call to this same concept. And she reminded me in a phrase she used that we truly are bolder together. We're stronger together. We are bolder together. And that this outdated false belief in denominationalism, oh, I'm Unity, oh, I'm CSL, oh, I'm an independent, this old belief pattern is crumbling. It's melting away. Sometimes it's going kicking and screaming. I've been active on the ministers listserv recently. Oh my God. Sometimes it goes kicking and screaming. But there is a path forward and there is a vision forward where all of these New Thought organizations can get along, or not only get along, but work actively together.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think, Jamie, maybe I'm way off base here, but sometimes it seems to me like musicians, this isn't even a thing. It's like, you've always been welcome kind of anywhere and everywhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe there's been that denominationalism among the musical beings of New Thought.
In regard to the different branches of New Thought, you mean?
Yeah, like, right, more, oh, you're more of a Unity music guy or more of a CSL music guy, or It seems to me like musicians and artists have had equal access to both sides of the family, have had that equal access to the communities, where others it's taken us a little while to really embrace the oneness organizationally.
I mean, I think we as musicians, I think we all embrace that oneness, and I feel there are definitely musicians that perform more at Unity churches and some at CSLs. I mean it, but it's like we'll go wherever we're asked to sing. You know, I'll tell you, many years ago, I actually sat down with Kathy Hearn and with Michael Beckwith and some other ministers because I was concerned about, well, I actually embrace being labeled a heretic by any Christian denomination, but I was concerned about the right wing many years ago, probably 10, 15 years ago. It was like, you know, I'm just kind of, because it's not people that are true Christians. You know, my Uncle Larry just passed a couple weeks ago, and he and my Aunt Peggy were like really Jesus-centric Christians. I mean, in the truest sense of the words. You know, it's like they were generous, they were kind, they were non-judgmental. But you know, back in the day when I talked to Michael and Kathy, and it's like they both had reservations about it. And Michael talked about being at his grandfather's memorial. I can't remember if it was Washington, D.C., and it's like all these Christian ministers surrounding him and kind of coming at him because he's not a Jesus guy kind of thing. And Michael just talked to him about, he said, I just talked to him about Jesus. I just talked to him about the teachings of Jesus. I didn't try to like throw my language at him. I just talked to him about the teachings of Jesus. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's like, and it's not fighting fire with fire. It's just coming back with love, you know? Right. So it's really outside, but I'm, because I've had people ask me this. It's like, would you go to sing at a Jewish synagogue or a Christian church? I said, I will go anywhere where anybody can hear the message. And I know that there's a lot of crossover of a lot of music that I've done, you know, Into Your Hands would work in a Christian church. But you know, I'll go anywhere that people will be open to the message of the music, because for me, the ministry within the music, like a lot of artists, Karen Drucker and Daniel and Gary Lynn Floyd and so many people that are out there that are doing great music. They're writing music of consciousness. They want people to take them to take that little earworm, that little hook home. It's reinvigorating the teachings. And it's like when I sang for the teens from 1998 till 2010. Every session was bookended with one of my songs, and it's just because that's all I knew. I didn't know other people's music, but they got the teachings. They got the teachings, and they'd go home and they'd sing it.
Yeah.
And it's like that's I think that's what you know. I mean, there's a lot of places that you go and they're doing Broadway stuff, and you know it's nice music, but you know let's emphasize the teachings. Yeah.
Well, that just means one thing: we need to hear a Jamie Lula song. Ready to do a little more teaching there, sir? Dr. Jamie.
I am. Dr. Lovey.
Dr. Jamie Lula.
Actually, my wife calls me Dr. Lovey, so
that might be a story for another time.
No, it's just when I got back and got my doctorate, because we called each other Lovey all the time. Hey, Lovey. And then she started calling me Dr. Lovey. So we could discern between which one was her and which one was me.
There we go.
What do I want to do? Any suggestions, Robert?
Panel?
I'll just go with this one.
You are so beautiful.
God, you are so beautiful?
Yeah. Or whatever you were about to go with.
I'll go with what I was going with.
Okay.
So this is for everybody. This is part of the teaching. It came out of a prayer with my wife, who was then my new girlfriend. We'd been doing a 30-day prayer devotional. You got it, Anita. So we were in the middle of our prayer devotional that morning, and I said, I got to go because something's calling me. And I think that something's calling all of us right now. And it doesn't always feel good what's calling us, because it's like means we've got to stand up. I liken our movement to the church of personal responsibility. But we stand up for one another. We stand up for all our brothers and sisters. Where all humans are created equal in our movement. Ooh. Something's calling me. Something's calling me. Something's calling me a little bit deeper than I've ever been before. Feels like I'm walking on marbles. I think we all feel like we're walking on marbles. Can't still the earth beneath my feet. Is my head in the clouds, my naked legs left dangling. I can feel my heart begin to pound. Something's calling me a little bit deeper than I've ever been before. Something's calling me a little bit deeper than I've ever been before. A long dark night my soul it wanders, can't see the light that moves me. If God is everything and everywhere that I belong, Spirit gently wakes me from my sleep. Something's calling me a little bit deeper than I've ever been before. Something's calling me a little bit deeper than I've ever been before. Oh Lord, oh Lord, take me deeper than I've ever been before. Yeah, yeah. Oh Lord, oh Lord, pull me deeper than I've ever been before. Oh Lord, I know I'm not the only one to live inside these blues. Oh, whoa, 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 oh Lord. Oh Lord, I give my life, I give my love to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, I surrender my life to you. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Don't you know that love keeps calling me a little bit deeper than I've ever been before? Faith is calling me deeper and deeper and deeper than I've ever been before. Don't you know America's calling me? People keep calling me. Everybody's calling me. God keeps calling me. Faith keeps calling me. Peace keeps calling me. Compassion's calling me. Forgiveness calling me. What keeps calling you a little bit deeper than you've ever been before? Don't you know, pay attention to what's calling you, because I know love keeps calling you, and faith keeps calling you, and compassion's calling your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, your fathers, your friends, your purpose. The perception of any enemy, I know they're all calling you. Send the love, send the peace, send the joy, send the healing going on. Don't you know that God is calling me? And I'm grateful like I've never been before. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Excellent, Jamie. Thank you.
Yeah, Jamie.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you, love.
I don't think I've ever heard that the same way twice.
You probably haven't. You've heard it a lot, Robert. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
And everyone is a masterpiece. And everyone is a masterpiece. Folks, if you're just tuning in and you wonder what you stumbled into, this is the 5th anniversary of the New Thought Media Network. It all started a little over 5 years ago. However, on May 1st, 2021, we had a 13-hour live stream marathon. We've learned a few things in the last 5 years, and that's why tonight's only 6 hours. So we're grateful that you are with us. And I want to share a little something. I have a surprise for everybody. Now, nobody has seen this yet. So this is something that is incredible. Oh, I just scared Michael. Good.
No, did we talk to legal first?
No, we don't need to talk to legal.
Okay.
We don't need to run this by the council. It's all well and good.
That's usually my show that needs legal.
Come to think of it, yours is the only one we've ever created a disclaimer for. So
no, that's my show.
Awesome.
No, this is something brand new that I just created because I want to. One of the things I want to bring forward here on our 5th anniversary is really the piece that made it all go. And it happened just before the pandemic, and that's the radio station. And the thing that I know is that it's incredibly easy to get the radio station while you are on your phone. And I can show you how to make an app on your phone to get you directly to the radio station in just 3 clicks. But you know how it is when the universe calls. Sometimes the best laid plans get dismayed and get waylaid because we've got somebody in the back room that I think we should at least bring in and acknowledge and not leave her sitting here. Yeah, she's saying no. Okay, we're going to go on. We'll come back to that, folks. There you go. There's a good teaser for you to stick around. So this is 1 minute and 40 seconds. I trust this works similarly on an iPhone as it would on an Android. But if you have an Android and you want to get our radio station as an app and get to our radio station in just 3 clicks, that's the promise. Once you have this set up on your phone, you can get to New Thought Music to all of our New Thought Radio in just 3 clicks. And here's how you do it. You ready?
Ready.
Get your phones out. Here we go. All right, folks, here's how we do it. So we go to Google. We look for a search. We happen to already have ntmedia.org, and we click that. As the page comes up here, and we want to go to our 3 little dots, and it may give us an option right away, add to home screen. That's what we're looking for, add to home screen. Now it's going to say install app. You can see that our name is New Thought Media Network, Positively Inspiring. We're going to install that. And that means we have now installed the app. So I'm going to go back to my home screen. I'm going to go to the end of wherever my apps are. And look, right there, New Thought Media Network. Just got it as an app. Now, from here, this is where the fun begins, and this is how easy it gets. Once you've got this installed as an app, it is 1. Wait for everything to come up. 2 clicks. And a 3rd.
And let me love you.
And aren't you amazed? It is the amazing Jesse Powers. So that's how it works, folks. That's how easy it is. Again, once you have the app set up, it is 1, 2, 3 clicks in. And turn that down a little bit while we're doing this. That's Trevor Hall, You Can't Rush Your Healing. Another great song. All right, that's how you do it. That's how easy it is. Create your own app for New Thought Media Network. 3 clicks and you're in.
That is so cool.
And that's all it takes. And here's how it looks. And I want to show everybody this as well. Here's how it looks if you go on the website. This one's, we'll bring this up on full screen for you here. So here's our website. And right up here, listen live. 1 click. Here's that same pop-out that you'll see on the mobile app, and you can click here or down here.
I made it here today, yeah, and I can't wait to see what's in front.
And you have at your very fingertips everything you need. Let's get everybody else in here. What am I doing? There we are. Completely lost control here, folks. We'll get it back here soon. There it is. And just like that, you are listening to New Thought Radio. And just like that, Tracy Brown's in the room.
Hey, Tracy.
Tracy Brown, good doctor, the good doctor.
Oh, it has been a minute.
And everybody else. Wow. So, 2 very quick things. Number 1, you haven't said in almost 2 hours that this is the perfect opportunity to donate to the New Thought Media Network.
There you
and
go.
So I say the other thing, get that up there because it's important. It's really important. And we're celebrating 5 years with you and with this vision and all of the folks. But one way to celebrate is also to contribute more than just our likes and our hearts and our views. And then second, I was going to wait till the last hour. I was like, oh, you'll be getting tired. And, the people who hang in there or join, I'm going to bring some last hour energy. And then, I'm looking at Dr. Jamie Lua, and we received our doctorate in the same ceremony. It's like, oh, my brother, I got it.
Man.
And then with Eamon, do I have permission? Do I have permission to like do something that is a little unusual? Robert?
Yes.
I'm like, okay, you can say
let me real quick. Let me say before that the fact that you have already made a contribution tonight, and I can see that on my dashboard, has nothing to do with me saying yes. Yes, please take us away.
Okay, Eamon Duffy. I'm so happy to see you. And I was thinking about when I first met you, and then it was like, oh, it was in the diversity class for ministerial students. And
That's right.
Right. And I'm like, oh, you were talking about, okay, I'm talking to everybody. So Eamon was talking about this men's ministry thing and how it would fit in. And something said, Tracy, go see if you have his final paper still in your files. And I do. And I have to read, I just have to read this paragraph because at that time there was no New Thought Media Network. So, right, there was no vision. Well, there was vision of reaching lots of people, but this wasn't like, oh, and I'll just go to the New Thought Media Network. So quoting from ministerial student, Amen.
Oh my gosh. This is like 7 years ago, Tracy.
My path as a minister begins with themensministry.org, building a sustainable world that works for everyone, our vision and a statement of total equality. We support a generative masculinity that is, as our mission states, empowering men in their greatness. This is in contrast to the old paradigm of masculinity that has been exposed in our current culture and seems to believe being empowered means power over. True power is power with others, not power over them. Anyone who is truly empowered uses that power to strengthen others. That is what I believe. Being empowered in your greatness means that you strive to empower others in their greatness. My ministry will do this by providing resources, information, online support, and through our many programs and video sharings. And he goes on to describe what is happening now, that you don't have to travel to each place, but using the media is a way to reach hundreds and then thousands of people. And it's just such a so amen, Reverend, amen.
Totally forgot about that, Tracy. Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you for bringing that back around.
And it goes on. There's so much that you said then that you couldn't know the how. Couldn't know the how. And the reason I wanted to share it, besides embarrassing you, is that, Robert, I want you to hear this. What you are doing with the New Thought Media Network and all of us who play with you, what's happening is empowering ministries like what Eamon dreamed about. He didn't know how. And the vehicle appeared, and one of those vehicles that appeared was the New Thought Media Network. So happy 5-year anniversary. I'm so excited for you and everyone with the network.
Thank you, Tracy. That was so beautiful. Robert, that's true. That's true, though. So, your vehicle, your ministry helps others' ministries, others' sharings, others' beauty, others' brilliance and genius show up in a bigger way in the world. So thank you, Tracy. Absolutely. I didn't know the how, and yet we take a step and we trust and we take another step and the people start showing up. And Robert has been one who has just been a powerhouse for me and for our community. So thanks for that reminder, Tracy. That's so sweet.
I love it. A dream coming true in more ways than I originally imagined. Let's put it that way. So, as I often publicly state, I count Tracy Brown as one of my greatest mentors in this New Thought philosophy and movement. And she is so very right. We are so very overdue to say thank you to our existing sponsors, organizational sponsors, and individual donors. So we're going to take a quick moment to do that and come right back. But we invite you not to go anywhere. Stick around. Jamie might have to leave in the meantime, and if so, that's quite all right. Thank you, brother. We love you.
Love you all. Bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you again soon. But let's take just a quick moment to say thank you to our individual sponsors and organizational donors. We'll be right back. Please help us say thank you to our organizational sponsors, including the Hefferland Foundation, Affiliated New Thought Network, International New Thought Alliance, Science of Mind Archives and Library Foundation, Center for Spiritual Living Denver, Center for Spiritual Living Midtown, New Thought Philadelphia, Planned Happiness Institute, Summit Center for Spiritual Living, One Heart Retreats, Center for Spiritual Living on the Lake, Unity Kitchener, Unity Spiritual Center Ottawa, Om Center for Spiritual Living, Satya Center, Begin Within Ministries, Center for Spiritual Living North Jersey, Unity of Savannah, and the Center for Spiritual Living Seattle, as well as all of our individual donors. Thank you for being part of the New Thought Media Network. Please like, share, and subscribe. New Thought Media Network, positively inspiring. Yes. Thank you to all of our organizational sponsors and individual donors. It's thanks to folks like you that make this possible and make it possible for us to take this word out into the world. And I realize I am so woefully overdue on creating that next version of this video because there are other people that deserve to be in that video. Brother Reverend Amen, you are one of them, and your ministry is one of them. And we share that space in that video for those that have made a monthly contribution, for those that have said, hey, this means something more than just a drop in the bucket once in a while, but the ministries that have become sustaining members here. And it's really easy to do, folks. All you got to do is head over to the website. Michael's already pointing all this out to us. Head on over to the website, click up here on that donate button. And of course, my computer is doing all kinds of wonderful things. Come on down here, click that monthly button and pick a denomination. $250. There we go. And it'll walk you right through the whole system. Easy peasy, mac and cheesy. You can be contributing. Where'd we all go? You can be contributing to New Thought Media Network right now. And we got Tracy up on the big screen. The producer is falling asleep at the wheel here already. We still got a couple hours to go. Michael, take controls, will you please?
No, I said to Tracy, I said, after that statement that she did on Amen, I said, you know what? I'm deleting all of my papers. And she wrote back. She says, Michael, you can delete them, but that doesn't mean your teacher will.
It's like the internet. When it's out there, man.
It's out there. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned mac and cheese, so you got me getting hungry. I'm going to jump off, but love and blessings to you all. Thank you so much for everything that each one of you do and have done. I just celebrate you this day, 5 years. Congratulations, Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all that you do too. Thank you.
We look
Up to y'all.
forward to the continued partnership and support of the men's ministry as well. So good. All right. I'm feeling mischievous.
Uh-oh.
Because Tracy said she was gonna check in at the last hour. And by the last hour, if she had waited until the very last hour, I think the cat would have been out of the bag by then. But she didn't. And so I have this little package here. Now, this is one of the fun things that happens around New Thought Media Network. Every once in a while, I get a wild idea and I do something a little impulsive.
Oh, no.
And a while back, I did something a little impulsive, and Tracy, unbeknownst to me even, becomes the beneficiary of this thing, this event that happened. And so I did something. I went on the internet and I made a purchase, and it was buy one get one free. And one of them was earmarked. The buy one get one free was earmarked for somebody else. And when the package was delivered, there was an extra one in the package. Y'all following me along so far?
Mm-hmm.
So somehow the buy one get one free ended up a buy one get two free. And Tracy, you remember the other day I texted you. I said I needed your email address.
No.
So I'll give you a clue. What's in the box? And the first one is for Elzia. And there's one for me, and they say different things, and I've been debating on but see, now we're just going to turn it around and we're going to make Elzia is going to be the one that's surprised. So there's one of these in that box for you.
How wonderful.
That is.
So now you won't be surprised when it shows up.
I won't be surprised, but I'll be very happy.
I thought I knew you would be when I saw the extra one in the folks. What we're sharing here, I'm going to pull this up on. I think I have this on a website too, so I can show it all to you. This is a really
story.
Do you want to tell the story?
No, I want you to if you can pull it up.
Yeah, I can.
Great.
I just got to change screens. So what this is, folks, is a couple years back now. Whoops, wait a minute, where'd it go? There it is. A couple years back now, an AME church, African Methodist Episcopal Metropolitan Church in Washington, D.C., was vandalized by the Proud Boys. And what happened is this church took the Proud Boys to court, and they won a great judgment against the Proud Boys. However, the Proud Boys didn't have any money to pay for the settlement, or forgot, or disagreed with, or wouldn't pay for it. So the church went back to court and won a settlement judgment. And I'm sorry, I don't think I have the right page here. But they went back to their to court and won the rights to their logo. And decided to take the Proud Boys logo and repurpose it.
Wow, beautiful.
Into t-shirts.
Oh, wonderful.
They are a limited edition, although they have extended the printing. So you can still order them until the 9th of May for another 7 days. Although, Dr. Tracy, yours will be in the mail sometime, hopefully soon. I am a little postally challenged. And they have, there is a message that there is one that I have for myself that does not say stay black. I didn't think that would be quite appropriate for me to wear, but there is one that says Black Lives Matter. And that I do believe would be appropriate for me to wear. And Dr. Tracy, you and Elzia have been lifetime friends long before the network, lifetime as far as my lifetime in New Thought, or at least from the very first time we met or became aware of each other. And when I saw that third t-shirt, there was no question it needed to be yours.
I'm so happy. Happy. And
it's beautiful.
That is a lot better than being a little afraid when you are like, I've got something and I'm being mischievous and where is he going with this? Maybe I should have waited.
Wow.
But that is a really great story about also just from what we teach, right? So often I say everything is good or it's leading to good, right? And so the demonstration of the minister and that leadership in that church to say, no, we are going to pursue the legal, accountability for what happened, and then not giving up just because they weren't getting the settlement, even though they had won the case. And to go back and to have the judge say, you are eligible for any money they make based on their logo, and now you own the logo, is like, that's not typical, and it wasn't expected. And
right.
So that was a new way. Just we're going to repurpose the logo because when people see it and they're expecting one thing, now we're going to change their thinking, give them a new thought to attach to that image rather than spend money and time talking negatively about what the logo has meant up until now.
Right.
That's beautiful.
Exactly. And I did, let me pull this up, folks. I did find the actual page. That's what it looks like there. And we've put the link in the comments. We'll put them in the description of tonight's show as well. But you can see they're, they both say stay proud at the top. And one has the stay black and the Black Lives Matter is the other. So
nice.
Good work. We can do good work simply by buying t-shirts.
Yeah.
Or sweatshirts.
And wearing them.
And wearing them, yes.
Got to put them on.
Exactly. It's still springtime in the Rockies, dear one. You don't go outside in a t-shirt this weather, at least not very far. I need it to warm up a little before I can wear that t-shirt out. So. However, folks, that does mean you can head over to the website, ntmedia.org, hit our shop button, and get our merchandise as well, if you like.
Yeah.
We have great swag.
We do.
This is true. This is true.
We not only, and the shop is rather full when it comes into it. Here, we can show everybody that while we're doing it too. Let's go take a look at the gift shop real quick. The thing that I love about what we do is the ability to mix and match the various logos that we have on our sweatshirts. Now, first off, you've got a couple of our generic type shirts that without our logo, without our branding, of course, our coffee mugs. But when we get into our various logos, and over here, this is the whole enchilada desk mat. These things are great. My kids love these. You'll see our 4 primary logos: the Praise Well with Others, Deeply We Are One, the radio logo, and our New Thought Media logo. And you can mix and match those on sweatshirts and t-shirts as you like. Also some of our various. And here's a new one, the candle. I just got one of these candles recently to check it out, and I really like them. They had a great scent, not too overpowering, but New Thought Media swag.
Like it.
Check out the merch store. All right, shall we do a little more music, dear one? Dear ones, I feel like we've gone just a little too long without any music, and there's some people that have sent along their best regards because they were not able to be with us. One of those is someone that we've hosted here at our home in one of our house concerts, and that is Jessie Powers. I love Jessie Powers. Every time she comes on the radio station, it just makes my heart leap. And we were gracious and grateful, and we're grateful and honored that she had an opportunity the last time she was in Denver to do a house concert with us. And so let's share a little clip of this. This is some of the stuff you get to see when you're a part of New Thought Media Network, when you're hanging out with this network. Rare opportunities because we film everything and we broadcast it just as much as we possibly can. So let's check in a little with a past recording of Jessie Powers.
This song it's called The Love Song of Everything. And I wrote it in a moment of awe that when I go to sleep at night and I wake up in the morning, somehow my body kept breathing itself. My heart kept beating itself. And I just think it's one of the most beautiful gifts. It's almost like the universe wrote a love song just to me, and I can always hear it every time I breathe. I don't want to give words to this. Anything you have to interpret will only eclipse the heart of it. I just want to send it in sound with a wavelength clarity. Nothing I can ever say will resonate the same way that this love does in me. Inhale, exhale, breathe. Very good. Somewhere in the beat of your heart, there I am. Somewhere underneath all the war-torn believing, there you have always been. It's something like a melody, something like a song, and it sings itself and it's never wrong. Oh, everywhere it plays for me, it's always on repeat. It's the love song of everything. Inhale, exhale, breathe. So sweet. It's not just there in my body. It's not just there in the thoughts that I think. It's there in the roots and the skies and the seas, in the eyelids, the irises, the wind and the wings, and the will be, the ever was, the reason and the just because I am the song that I sing. Inhale, exhale.
Yeah. I've always believed it's so very important to incorporate the practices.
Yes.
And that's one of the ways that that even in the midst of a wonderful house concert, even in the midst of what normally would be filled with music, we can create the time to breathe and to practice. Jessie Powers, currently on a flight to Europe, sends her best regards and her wishes, and we'll make sure we let her know this clip was shared here this evening. So, folks, it's what are we? We're in the third. We've finished 3 hours. We're in the fourth of 6 hours of live stream marathon, and I am quite conscious that we have not quite heard from Barbara Jean in a little while, and I want to make sure you're not just hanging on to keep me company, dear one, because I could just tell dad jokes to Michael for half an hour and not work.
Please no.
Oh, please don't. Okay, just don't.
I get enough dad jokes when I call my daughter in Calgary and her husband gets on the line. The jokes are so bad. And I cannot remember even a single one, which I'm really grateful for.
Well, I can help you with that.
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
No,
I'm sure you could. No,
please don't. Well, actually, I have I don't know if it's a story. It's an observation, and it does involve the Queen. Is in the corner for anybody who was on earlier, and
you got to be here earlier to catch that.
Barbara Jean has been renamed the Queen of New Thought Media Network. And so one of the things I've been so impressed by, and I've told others about when I've encouraged them to check out the network, is the piece that was talked about earlier, how all aspects of New Thought have a voice in here, right? And one of the people I've met, and I met because of the network, really, is our dear beloved Barbara Jean. And so I find it fascinating. We spent some time together in Kenya.
We did.
And got an opportunity to talk, and knowing like your exposure to Christian religion, spending time as a leader in UFBL, which a lot of folks don't know about, but Universal Foundation for Better Living, and being a minister there, being a minister in CSL, being versed in what happens in Unity. I love that the network provides the opportunity, right? The platform where those of us who may be really only exposed to one part of New Thought, we get to hear about, learn from, and collaborate with people from all the different New Thought groups. And I spent 20 years in Unity, and more than that in the CSL, Centers for Spiritual Living with Science of Mind, and have dabbled in other spiritual systems. But this is the place often where I get to engage in the conversation or watch a show and have, Barbara Jean talking about this universal principle from a perspective that I might not have thought about it before. And I don't think we really sell that enough, that we tend to attract the people who know us from one path, and we don't necessarily, they come and watch the show that we're on, but we don't really connect them in with, oh, you should watch this, or you should think about this, or have you ever heard, do you watch the show with the folks from Divine Science or the people from AG&T who are sharing? So I love that. I appreciate it. And Barbara Jean is one of the people who then I've gotten to talk to more deeply and understand the differences and watch her journey and all the ways that she represents not just the diversity within New Thought, but the integration and inclusion of all the principles in how she shows up as a minister and a leader in the world.
Oh, bless you. Wow, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah, I've been a minister in CSL for 25 years. Founded 2 centers and served in one that, where I first started was in Vernon, BC. That was back in 1998. And then became ordained in Unity a couple of years ago, 2021, I think. And then, but prior to that, from 2011 till 2022, I served as an associate minister in the Verity Center for Better Living, which is a UFBL church. And so I've been doing a lot of different things. And the UFBL church that I served in was predominantly a Black church, and just a beautiful place to be. I still miss them because I'm doing my service on Sunday morning, so I can't get there. But taking those 3 groups and then just what I got from each one and just being able to share that. And then I've been part of a lot of interfaith gatherings and stuff as well. So I think there's lots of opportunity for us to expand what it is we think we know, and then to really start to see how we're not so different. We're not so different when it comes to these different organizations, and we might use words slightly differently on occasion, but overall, it's pretty great. It's pretty great. I feel really, really grateful to have been able to serve in so many different places and to do so much. And of course, my main focus is CSL. It always has been. And, I just, like I said, just changed the name of my center, which might go over like a lead balloon. I'm not sure, but it is what it is. What's that? Oh, thank you. Thank you for correcting me. It's beautiful. It's accepted. It's fabulous. It's amazing. And I'm really passionate about our new name and the direction we're moving in. So yeah, thank you, Tracy, for catching me.
What do you want? Not what do you not want?
Yeah, no, I want to be accepted as it is.
Yes, claim it.
Name it and claim it.
But that also, for me, brings the question up for you, Robert. I described what it seems like to me, like that's what's available. That's what's offered. Barbara Jean is a great example of, in one person, all of that being available. But throughout the network, when I look at the shows on the schedule, sometimes I just click on one because I have no idea like who that person is and which group they're associated or affiliated with. Yeah. So the question for you, Robert, is this. You could have created or co-created with the universe. You could have created the Science of Mind Media Network. Mm-hmm. You could have created the Gospel According to Brzezinski Network. But you created the New Thought Media Network. So could you go back a few years and share with people, like, what was the thinking then that made you choose New Thought Media Network instead of many other options.
You're muted, Robert.
My mic is muted. Thank you. Yes. And that is a great question. Thank you, Tracy, for that. Because as I listen to you and Barbara Jean just sharing here, it does feel like the fulfillment of a vision. And there was a lot of intention all the way along to make sure we were including as many different voices, both across all the various spectrums of humanity, as well as the various branches of New Thought. And I don't remember I know the decision to go with New Thought came before what I'm about to share. And really what that was a vision of not being shackled, of not being constrained, of if you haven't figured it out yet, folks, I'm not often one that colors inside the lines. So and I was at a point where I wanted something bigger than just Centers for Spiritual Living. And it felt like New Thought was that bigger, more expansive opportunity than closing down a doorway to those I didn't know, and our unity brothers and sisters. And I think some of you may have seen, I finally bought my first unity cap this past weekend. I now have a piece of unity gear, my very first piece of unity clothing. But part of where it all comes through is in a conversation with Reverend Dr. Tim Stewart, current president of the International New Thought Alliance. And early in all of this, I was introduced to him. And interestingly enough, I had been introduced to him and people like Darrell Watkins a few years earlier, but didn't have time for any of that. I was still really up to my eyeballs in my own shit or ministry. But I was in a conversation with Dr. Tim, and he shared with me that when you first find New Thought, for most people, it is enough. Whether you find it through Unity, or whether you find it through Divine Science, or whether you find it through CSL, SOM, Religious Science, whatever name you want to give it, Agape, all the various churches, when you find it, it's often enough. And so there's really no need to go further or deeper. For some people, I felt the necessity to go further and deeper and explore further afield of what was out there and what was happening. And again, that leads me back to New Thought. For myself, I've kind of taken that idea and moved it to an analogy of high school. And we all went to different high schools together. Some were Unity high schools, some were Religious Science high schools, some were more independent high schools, but we all kind of went to different high schools together to learn New Thought. And some folks get married to their high school sweetheart and never leave their hometown, and that is so cool, and that is so wonderful, and that is so amazing, because that keeps a generational memory alive. It keeps that small hometown feel, that generational memory alive in the organization. And some people can't wait to get the hell out of mom and dad's place and get to the big city, or whatever it might be. And when we step beyond our high schools, some of us go to college, some get another degree, some go to a different school of learning. And one of the things I see right now that is so exciting to me in New Thought is, as organizations shift and change, there is a greater than ever opportunity to come together in unified and diverse education that is focused to the New Thought student. From basics to practitioner training to ministerial credentialing to beyond. And that's the vision I'm now looking towards, is And we've said it here tonight a number of times. We don't have to know the how. The how will reveal itself. So, and I'm getting thank you, Michael. I was going to say, I'm getting just a little tired of being the only face on the screen at the moment. So, back to the seltzer and caffeine water. But I'm not sure if I fully answered your question there, Tracy, but there's always been an intention to be inclusive of as many voices as possible. And along the way, more voices have lined up for me to be inclusive of. Along the way, more has revealed itself that, oh, wow, look, here it is too. One more example, and then we can move on. I was watching an interview earlier this week. Marie Forleo, some of you may know the name. And for those that don't, Marie Forleo is a very successful executive coach, mentor, very successful woman who teaches New Thought like it's going out of style and never uses those words and never talks about churches and never talks about centers and never talks about her own spiritual life, and interviews some of the most powerful people in the world. And she's in an interview, and the person she's across from, and it was such a great interview, I bought the book, and the person she's across from says, yeah, well, this stuff really works. And without missing a beat, Marie's response is, yeah, if you work it. And like the metaphysician is sitting there going, well, thank you, Johnny Coleman, right? Like, it works if you work it. And in New Thought alone, we don't know who Johnny Coleman is, and we don't know who UFBL is, really, because we're not taught that. At least in my education, we weren't. But here is someone who arguably, and who has been on Oprah and could very well be the next Oprah, a woman, Marie Forleo, using that same language as if it were commonplace.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's have more of that, right? Every voice, not every, but let's be inclusive of as much of New Thought can fit in the container as we can perceive it and hold it right now. And as the container grows, then we can grow with it, right?
I think a good example is our Sunday evening programming. We have a 8:00 program that I produce called The Miracle of Prosperity with Jim Webb, who I was introduced to by another friend. And again, he comes from prosperity, from a place of the Course in Miracles. So, and then right afterwards, we have a therapist. Catherine Duca does a wonderful job in really sharing really what's going on, and also, how to practically apply spiritual principles to that. So again, if they're under the umbrella, we have them in, and we allow them again to have a voice here on this network. Go ahead, Robert.
I was just going to say, and Catherine Duca came to us through Michelle Wadley, through Rev Jersey Girl.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Z, by the way. I think I'm sorry I left you in the green room there. I forgot about you for a minute. I apologize.
Hey, I was enjoying the conversation, so it's all good.
Exactly. You got to hear it all, so I don't have to repeat myself and catch you all up on it. But right, and that at every step of the way, the network aspect of this has been, again, very intentional. There was really no other name we could call it. There's no other name that God would let me call it besides New Thought Media Network. And it covers, and in some ways, I think we've done the networking perhaps a bit better than we've even done the media part of it, right? The network is strong. And when I looked at the recent candidate list for the CSO balloting for the CSO elections this past March, when I looked down the candidate list across every category, there was somebody that we have a relationship with as New Thought Media Network, either a show or just an ongoing friendship or work together on another team. Or so I am nothing if not intentional in a lot of, and then I'm, very, very loosey goosey and follow through. But I don't know.
But give yourself some credit, because you followed through with this network for 5 years and it's still here. So there's always room for improvement and transformation, which is what our teaching teaches. Like it's like life itself is transformation. At one point, we were a zygote or whatever they want to call that thing we were. And look at us now. We walking, talking. Before, we are always transforming. But as long as we can hold a vision, it'll be a magnet enough to draw everything else it needs when it's needed.
Yes. And that's how the network works too, right? There are people in the network who represent divine order, or there's someone in the network who brings the wisdom, or there's someone in the network who brings the resources. So that's, I think you've also modeled that in the 5 years really well too, that the face of the network, the idea has come through you, and those of us who've been around the network from the beginning cannot imagine the network without Diego or without Michael or without Elvia, right? Because you don't have to have all the skills. One person doesn't have to.
Right.
It's the team and the village that actually makes it happen. And then that includes all the viewers, right? The regular viewers, right? You can look at the names that have been here this evening so far that are on, if I watch 6 different shows in the week, I see some of their names in all of them.
Yep. And I see a shout out coming from Casey Wilson at Camp Cedar Ridge. Hello, dear Casey. Thank you. We love you. I've got my mug, and I've got my sweatshirt. I've got 2 generations of the caps, because my kids keep thinking I need more Camp Cedar Ridge swag, and Duck is excited. My youngest Duck will be spending some time at Camp Cedar Ridge this summer, in service and working with them, and it's really fun to see what Casey is building up there, what she's leading up there, and the whole team. And I know, Tracy, you're involved there as well, and so many others that are making such great effort. It's a real expression of what a village can accomplish. And Tracy, you said the magic word, which is village, which means I'm going to go off on a quick tangent, because there's another thing. Like, I don't do enough, right? Like, I don't spread myself thin enough. Here's another one, right? Look at Tracy's already like, oh my God, this is the New Thought Village. And this is, like, in some ways, folks, really the culmination of the vision. That is not Unity Tower, for those that are wondering. But it came to me one day that if I have this idea and I don't put it out there, well, how in the world is the universe to know what it is we really want? And so the top half of this little website lays out the passion, the vision, and some potential properties. 137 acres here in Colorado, up in Red Feather Lakes, for just $2.9 million. Perfect property. Already has a working frisbee golf course or disc golf course on the property, ready to make money. Here's another one for just 1.75 with 30 beds. Imagine what we can do with property of this nature.
Wow.
All kinds of opportunities. And this is predominantly just in Colorado, folks. Here's an RV park with 160 units. Little pricey at 6.2 million, but everything's possible. And a fully sustainable community, including only 4 hours from Denver with direct daily flights from the local airport for a little under 2 million.
Wow.
Amazing what's out there. And if that's beyond your budget, folks, a small monthly donation of 10 or 15 or 20 or $25 goes a long, long way to keeping this network alive.
Or
everybody here is nodding their head because everybody here is a contributing member. And,
well,
yeah, go.
I in my earlier days, I was a part of a community in Florida before we have all these health food stores now and the Sprouts and all of that. This was back in the early 70s. But we also had a land co-op. And that land co-op is still existing in Tallahassee, Florida right now. They built their own fire station. They built their own school. They had community gardens. And I was a part of a community that was trying to get together with that community to get an even bigger space. Unfortunately, it fell through. But I've seen the land co-ops, if you will, or however they phrase it, come together with people of like minds, willing to work, willing to share the wealth. And we're talking now, almost 50 years later. Well, it is 50 years because this was in like 1975, 76. And so that thing is 50 years old now and still going. So why can't we begin to have that kind of a vision with that kind of intention to begin to have something of that sort? Now it's going, here's the rub, right? The rub is there's work and sacrifice that has to be put down. And so the question becomes, who's willing to work and who's willing to sacrifice for a greater cause or for a grander vision?
I believe we are gathering that. I almost used the word tribe. I believe we are gathering that consciousness. I do believe that this network is perhaps slowly than I would like, but I do believe that we are gathering the consciousness and the people that are necessary. And back to one of the things Tracy was saying, which I love so much, is it does take a team. It does. I am not proficient at all of this. There is so much I am not capable of. And that's why you're going to hear me, and I believe others on this network, get a bit more serious about casting a vision of financial prosperity for this network as well. I've said it already tonight, and I'm going to keep saying it. We would like financial support from the breadth of New Thought communities, so that I can buy Brother Michael here a computer that because we know he's worn out the one he's got working for us. And so that we can do some other things to bring people into a place where we're not asking them to just volunteer 40 hours a week to make this network run, where we're paying them for 30 and they might still volunteer a few extra, but where people are compensated. And many of you have heard me say it. I fall back to Michael Singer's The Surrender Experiment again and again and again. That through the power of intention, we set these intentions, and the philosophy we teach mandates that it comes to fruition. Perhaps not exactly like we imagine, but any one of those properties that I just shared could easily house a media network, could easily house the people that are going to support and serve. And speaking of giving their life and talent to the cause, my dear beloved wife, hello. Almost like you were in a conversation or something.
Sound like always.
I think we are gathering that that vibration, that sense of community, that well, again. So yeah, that's my truth. I'm sticking to it. We're doing it.
I'm going to turn my camera off, and I'm going to be still watching, but I'm going to eat my dinner. It's only
please.
10:07 at night.
8 minutes, and then everybody's getting kicked off.
She's going to throw everyone out.
There's something happening in 8 minutes, and it's my night.
Yes.
Barbara, thank you for all that you do. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
We do. Thank you, Barbara, for being here.
You're welcome.
And my dearly beloved is chiming in. We've got 8 minutes. So Tracy, I'm going to ask Tracy this question. What do you think? Should we save our surprise for Elzia for after the prayer, or should we let him in on it before the prayer?
Oh, I think you should make him wait.
Oh, good. That was my idea too. So,
oh my God,
the anticipation.
Exactly.
Because my mind is wandering right now.
And that gives me just enough time to set up what's about to happen here. So I love how my unplanning comes together and the universe just makes it all work the right way, because 5 years ago, when I went back in the archives today looking for videos, 5 years ago, the only thing happening on this network was prayer. And 5 years ago when we started, it was 8:15 a.m. and p.m. Mountain Time. And people asked me why. And I said, so that I don't have to get out of bed in time to be on the air by 8. That truly, hand to the divine, that is the reason. And I also thought, well, everybody else is on at 8. So we'll just come on at 8:15 and I'll get 15 extra minutes of sleep. Little did I know what we were in for and what we were setting ourselves up for. And it was Brother Elzia that was the first person to come to my rescue when it did become a little too much. when I needed a day off or a night off, it was Elzia that was the first person to step up and say, yeah, I'll do that. And I remember specifically about 3 or 4 months in, it was probably June or July. June, we went up into the mountains for a concert, and we were still wearing masks even in an outdoor venue, but we were so cabin frenzied, we'd had to get out. and we went up into the mountains, and everything was planned, and we were going to make it home on time for prayers. And there was a truck fire on the highway, and we were stopped for, and I'm on the phone frantically calling Elzia, going, brother, you gotta do it for me tonight. You gotta come through. I can't believe this. And he jumps online and makes the prayer time happen, and has been a strong part of that team all along. And my dearly beloved Laura came in right on the heels of that and said, all right, yeah, I'll step into it. I'll step up too. And she rapidly became the next member of the prayer team. And over the years, various people have been a part of this prayer team. Reverend Michael has been a stalwart on the prayer team as well. And we still, for the most part, every so often we slip, but for the most part, we have prayers at 8:15 a.m. and p.m. Mountain Time every day, 7 days a week, going on over 5 years now. And there is always room. If you'd like to be a part of the prayer team, you can get in touch with any one of us, and it's really easy to do, and it's really fun to do. And we're gonna, while we have a big crowd tonight, we're gonna let Laura take this away. And you can start early and end early if you want, dear one. That's fine. But we'll give Tracy and Michael and Elzia a moment to take a sip of water and a breath and enjoy this prayer. This is much of what we do every day, every evening. And then we'll come back and share our surprise for Elzia after that.
Before you leave, so are we doing the video, or we're skipping the video and I'm just praying? Because what do you want to do here? Right?
Whatever you'd like. You think I have this planned?
Oh,
Laura, just play the video.
Yeah, give people the regular experience.
Yeah, do the regular shtick.
Okay, that means we get to talk for another 3 minutes.
I'm gonna be doing a really.
Why you get it all set up? You get the video.
Well, if you want to start actually at the time, I'm going to log off during the prayer, but I'll come back in the last 20 minutes of the time to say congratulations once again, because I just think everything that's happening is so fabulous. This is such a great demonstration of taking the first step, and everything else will fall into place. Congratulations.
Thank you, dear one. All right, we're going to give this all up to my dearly beloved, and we'll be back in 17 or 18 minutes. Enjoy.
Great. I just got to find the. You guys got to hop out.
New Thought Media Network. We are a global broadcast network of positive music, media, and entertainment, inspiring humanity's evolution along the journey of enlightenment and creating a world of love, peace, empowerment, and prosperity for all. New Thought Media Network. Positively inspiring.
We invite you to join our prayer broadcast every day at 8:15 a.m. and 8:15 p.m. Mountain Time. Send us your prayer requests or schedule a private prayer session by emailing prayer@ntmedia.org. And now, it's time to pray together.
Ended a little early. Hello, good evening. Welcome to our 5-year celebration of New Thought Media Network, which started with our prayers, starting at 8:15 a.m. and 8:15 p.m. Mountain Time, which we are still doing today, as Robert said a little earlier, when we all remember to show up. But we do offer affirmative prayer here. An affirmative prayer meaning that we are not asking for something, we are not begging, pleading, we are reminding ourselves of the truth that we are connected to the divine mind, the source, the creative intelligence of all of life. And that as we speak it, as we know it, it comes into form. We are just shifting our own consciousness, because it is this humanness that gets in the way of life unfolding beautifully. And so we offer these prayers 8:15 a.m. and 8:15 p.m. to serve and support you in realigning yourself and getting back into the truth of who you are. And today's celebration has been a culmination of 5 years of visioning, of prayer, of continuing to show up and saying yes. And Reverend Dr. Robert and so many others have listened and said yes, and shown up and offered their gifts, their messages to serve and support you on your spiritual evolution, your expansion, your journey. So this is the opportunity where I invite you, as long as you're not driving and you're comfortable, to close your eyes and really go in, turn in, and tune in. And I like to start with a big, deep breath in. And with that breath, I just feel the breath of life, source, spirit, breathing me. As Jesse Powers said earlier, that breath that moves in through and as me without me having to do anything. It is the miracle of each and every moment, this breath. And so I turn within, I tap into this divine intelligence that is breathing me, that is being me. And I apologize for the dogs barking in the background. That too is part of life. The expression of life as me, as dogs, as this computer system that is allowing us to connect across time and space, the divine intelligence that poured forth into these creative expressions. And so I tap in, I turn within, I listen to that divine intelligence that just says yes. Yes to my full expression. Yes to my expansion. Yes to the next unfolding for myself, for my life, for all of the collaborations that are happening, for the expression of the lives in each and every one. And I know at the core, the river that is running through everything is divine love, a divine love, peace, expression of life. And I know that life is ever expanding and evolving and being creative. And so I just say yes. Say yes to the creative expression of my life, of the lives of everyone listening, of everyone on this planet, this collective collaboration of love, of joy, of fun, of expansion. I say yes to the continued expression of this message that each one of us is an emanation of this divine intelligence. Each one is expressing life uniquely as themselves. And then the more that we each stand in this knowing, that we say, yes, this is who I am, claiming the uniqueness, claiming the joy of expression, the greater, the love, the joy, the peace, the kindness is seen all around this beautiful planet. And so for this simple reminder right here today, I feel the joy, I feel the love expanding from me, through me, as me. I am so grateful. Grateful for the teachings that I have experienced, all of the teachers that have come before that have shown me the way of saying yes to myself, yes to life, and yes to the greater that is yet to be. I just say thank you. Thank you, life. Thank you, me. And thank you for what is coming. And if any of this message resonates with you, I invite you to ground this, to release it, to anchor it with these simple words. And so it is. And so it is. And that is why we all on the prayer team love doing prayers, because it feels so good to just be reminded of the power that each one is. So that is what we offer, 8:15 a.m. and 8:15 p.m. 7 days a week. We invite you to join in. As always, check out our Facebook, our YouTube, find something that is going to serve and support you in your expansion, whether it's prayer, whether it's ministers talking shit in the mornings, or it's the Just When You show, or whether you want to learn more about the teachings of the science of mind. You could find that, learn about that on Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. So I am just waiting for someone to pop in. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
And, I don't know how to just keep talking like you do. So.
Quite all right. And however, I want you to know you pulled a ministerial level move here. Because you closed your eye when you closed your eyes to prayer, and when you open them, there were more people in the room. We're going to welcome Reverend Kathy Mastriani from the Science of Mind Archives and Library Foundation, who found her way into the room while you were praying. And we're so grateful that you're with us. Hello, Kathy. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Oh, my gosh. We're still going at 3.5 hours.
Wow.
4.5 hours.
Oh, Jerry Lewis would be proud.
Yes. For you kids out there, look it up on the interwebs. So, Kathy, I am so grateful that you were able to be here tonight and share with us a little bit, because we had, I know Laura and I, on our ride home from Unity Village this past weekend, we both had such an amazing time. And it wasn't just any old conference. The team you have built around, and right, we know you have your board and your patrons and the people that are supporting you in that way, but the team of people that you have built around you that is demonstrating and manifesting the vision is absolutely magnificent. It felt like there was nothing that was out of place or left undone or forgotten. There were so many amazing little touches that made everybody feel part and welcome. And I think what you all know, my bandwagon at this point, one of the things that I heard the most was and that you didn't, nobody was asking, like, where are you a minister of, or where are you a reverend of? And the room was really filled with, predominantly a Science of Mind audience. But Unity was there, and Independence were there, and Divine Science was there, and there was such a well-rounded representation of New Thought that it was inspiring and just incredibly exciting. So I'll stop gushing now and just thank you.
Oh, I'm so grateful to have you and Laura there. You know, I mean, you're just, your love for Science of Mind and New Thought, you know, you are New Thought Media Network. I mean, your hearts are to bring us all together in oneness and to be able to share this teaching with the world that you do so brilliantly on New Thought Media Network. And so we're just so grateful for you and your consciousness and documenting this incredible piece of history for the Science of Mind Archives and Library Foundation. And just your heart. I mean, I was just so grateful to have you there for your heart, both of you. Just thank you so much. I mean, just a joy and honor to have you. And boy, it was God ordained and spectacular. You know, it was so beyond. And I remember a couple of our meetings, I just invited the whole team to just envision everyone smiling and laughing and just having a great time, and to just everyone to feel welcome. We just wanted everyone to feel welcome. to come together to celebrate our grand opening. It was, boy, I just thought everyone hit it out of the park. I mean, Dr. Lloyd Barrett, the voice of God, boy, and he just showed up like on time. I mean, it was just magnificent, as he would say, everything. Just, where is he? It's 3:00, and then this golf cart just shows up and out walks this beautiful man. And he just, oh my God, he prayed like he's never prayed, and that man can pray.
He worked it all in. He worked in Science of Mind. He mentioned Ernest Holmes. He mentioned the Fillmores, and the third one's escaping me. But then he had a more non-denominational quote, all inside of a prayer. Like, this guy and it was. And Kathy, you and I, we had that pleasure of sharing some time in classes. And when Dr. Lloyd was the dean here in at Lakewood and Mile High, and to every step of the way, and I'm sure that Barbara Jean's still with us. I'm going to bring you back in, dear. You could probably say the same thing in your lineage within New Thought and your education, that there are certain instructors and teachers that really stand out. If nothing else, for the consistency by which they share the message, and Dr. Lloyd is that. And we grew up hearing stories of the young man from El Centro, and his name's escaping me at the moment, but we got to meet that young man from El Centro, who is not such a young man anymore. He's got young men as children, and people that traveled simply to spend a couple hours with Dr. Lloyd. It was, again, you put together a really amazing experience there.
Oh, thank you so much. And like you said, we had just an amazing team that just kept growing. And Julia Mattis, if anyone doesn't know her, she was my co-chair on the committee. And then she just kept bringing in more and more amazing people. And it took every one of them to put it together. And it's funny because as I was watching it or reliving it, as we do in our heads afterwards, I'm like, wow, that piece with Dr. Deb Gordon. She said, let's do peace be unto thee, stranger, at the door of our new facility, And there was just so many little nuances. Oh, that was Reverend Jody Stevenson. She wrote the prayer for the blessing ceremony. And that was, it was just, I could just pinpoint where all the nuances and how everyone contributed into that stone soup that just created just a really lovely honoring. That place is so prayed up. And then even Reverend Kit Holmes showed up on our doorstep saying, hey, I'm about to do my ordination panels and I'm in town. Can I come here? I said, oh my God, are you in the right place? It's so prayed up. I had Ernest in the room with her, and she has Unity and Science of Mind. And she was actually, when I first started at Holmes Institute, we started together. So it was just, what a cool honor. Then she kind of went on her music ministry with Unity and then came back to Science of Mind. So it was just, oh my gosh. Just miracles and blessings continue to abound. And she obviously is an ordained minister now, as she was just lifted up. Y'all need to come.
I saw those pictures after getting home of Kit and was like, wait a minute, you were there? No, you weren't there. If you were there, I would have known it. But now you're and it is really, really cool that again, the space you're creating there. So I think my beloved had something there to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I heard from a number of different people how much they learned, that there's so much more to the Science of Mind. And this is something that Robert had talked about earlier, where we all come in from different points, different centers, and you learn this much, you learn this much. Oh, Gina, Reverend Gina. And I am one who in that weekend learned more, right? More of the foundation, more of what Ernest did. And whoa. All right, who's messing around? We lost Kathy. There she is. Anyway, so I also wanted to echo that to you. Not just was it fun and it felt flawless and fluid and wow, so filled, but there was so much of learning that came, right? That I just went, wow, I want to learn more. Right? That's what I came away with, is like, I want to learn even more of the foundation from these teachers and all of that. And so that's what I wanted to reflect back. It was more than just oh, this is great, congratulations. It was an opening. And it felt like, that was the theme too, right, for so many people. But like, it worked. It really worked. We're all like, wow, we want to get this out there more, and we want to learn more for ourselves.
Oh, thank you. And that was the quote that I think I shared that day. I want what she's having or they're having.
Yes.
From When Harry Met. And it's just because that's the thing, is when we get excited about it, it's just like we're flying, we're floating, and it's so exciting. People around us can feel it. We're drawn into our vortex, and it's just like, wow. And that's what learning about our roots and learning about who we are is just such a powerful thing. And thank you so much. And
well done.
Oh my gosh. And I love that Reverend Barbara's here, because she helped pray. She was one of the many ones who helped prayed in this event. She's a beloved ministerial colleague, prayer partner kind of gal. And so I just think that's just so fun that she's here right now.
Of course I'm here. I had to come back on when I saw you.
Yay.
So nice to see you, and so nice to hear how well it went. I knew it would. So yeah, that's awesome. Just awesome. I wish I could have been there, but still got some healing to do before I'm boarding any planes.
You bet. But I just feel like again, this vortex or this energy that we just started something, like something that's just being unleashed. Literally, that was kind of our closing ceremony, unleashing the potential and igniting the vision when we lit that candle. So it was windy out, guys. It was windy, and we lit this candle and it stayed lit. I mean, it was just so amazing. It was, magic. There were so many points of magic. But I just think it's just the beginning. I just really, because I couldn't talk with too many people. I want every single person to come back and have a private pilgrimage and retreat there. And so I just know that for people, that they'll come back and really spend some quality time with all our New Thought archives.
Mm-hmm. There are tons of opportunities, right? I keep seeing that more and more opportunities, and even beyond. I know of things that are even beyond what I know of. If that helps anybody, that organizations that are lining up to have events at Unity Village, and all of them are building in, that I know of at least, are building in space to be able, and time to be able to explore these resources, as well as Science of Mind Archives and Library, the International New Thought Alliance, the Jack Addington Archives are now there. The International New Thought Alliance Congress is there in just a couple of weeks, and that archive will be fully open and ready for public perusal, as it were. And I agree with you, Kathy. There's something really special happening, and even as Aaron McCabe cast a vision on Sunday morning following your event, I believe you were there at church that morning, that cast a vision that who knows where all of this can go together, because again, we said it here earlier tonight, bolder together. We are bolder together, and we're stronger together. And I trust, folks, for those that are watching, the parade of people coming in and out tonight to say hello, predominantly we're all lining up underneath that New Thought banner.
Amen.
It's a pretty cool thing, I think.
It'd be really nice to see our websites with your logo on it, or a page on our websites with NT Media on there, where people could join just by hitting one button and all of a sudden go to. So I'll be adding you to our new website in the resources section, going, here's another place, plus where our shows are listed. And we're going to add the tagline to the New Thought community to our stuff. So
beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, I love that. We could do that too. We have a wonderful section on the Science Mind Archives website for New Thought resources.
Yeah,
We
I
can
think
certainly do that.
supporting each other that way. I've got Science Mind Archives on there as well.
Yep,
and yeah, I think it's important that we do that as members of this group, that we take the time to add you to our list, so people that are coming to our centers and checking out our websites realize that New Thought Media is a part of us as well as we're a part of you. So we want to bring that together.
Thank you. Yeah. And I love the way Spirit works, because I just had a fabulous idea. We're sitting here and I'm LZ is in the background, but Barbara Jean's out here. And with myself, we represent pretty much half of the team that does the Science of Mind and Spirit Conversation series on Saturday mornings. And for those that maybe don't know, that's a program where we explore a team of people, ministers, explores the Science of Mind textbook chapter by chapter, week by week. However, the fun part of that is we run out of chapters and we run out of book by the middle of July. And so a couple of years, we've been doing this for a number of years now. And a few years back, we kind of were like, well, what do we do with the second half of the year? And that's where we created the idea of resourcing and utilizing and promoting the resources of the archive through that entire second half of the year. And all of our talks on those Sunday mornings center around different, predominantly Ernest Holmes's teaching that we find in the archives, but sometimes we stray a little, sometimes we're expanding our horizons just a little. And I realize that we need to invite you, Kathy, in as a guest for a week or a couple or a few or whatever you'd like throughout the second half of the year as a representative of the archives, and to be able to bring us perhaps one of those gems that we don't really know exists or whatever. So if you're willing, we'll get you on the schedule, and that I think would be a really cool, just another cool way that we all get to partner together.
Absolutely. That'd be totally fun. I love that. I love that Reverend Mark Gilbert, is part of that little team too.
Yes.
And just the cool thing is the enthusiasm, right? I mean, just, you can feel it here, but just when people come on, there's this incredible enthusiasm for the teaching, for Dr. Ernest Holmes. I mean, and I love this phrase, we have your ear. It's engaging, actionable, and relevant. It just is. Science of Mind is engaging. We use it in our lives. We can take action, but it's relevant today, right here and right now. It changes our thinking and changes our lives. And I don't care how long we've been around, but we can always use a reminder. We just went out to dinner and I spoke in the car. I said, wow, it's going to be in a big restaurant. I want so we could hear each other at the table. And I want the server to give us good attention. And I want these people who I've never met before, I want to just have a really connecting conversation, and honest to goodness, every last one of those things. I'm like, why don't I do this more often? It's just like, it's that easy, It's just freaking that easy. It's just like, we just need that reminder all the time,
Yeah.
Exactly. Shay agrees. Mark is great. I agree. Mark is great. Reverend Dr. Mark Gilbert sits on the board of the archives and does a great job on Saturday mornings when he's on. So check that out again, folks. So much fun.
Yeah. Well, just happy birthday. I'm just so grateful for you and New Thought Media Network. I mean, truly 5 years. that's a benchmark for sure. And just I've watched it. I remember when you started it and just watching it grow and evolve, and it just was your heart. You know, when something clicks and is right, you know, that's when spirit says yes. And so it's just been so fun to be on everyone's shows who've been here, right here, and to have that show Wisdom of the Mystics with Laura Topper, you know, for that year, and just to be a part of your family and community here at New Thought Media Network. What an honor. But it's just, I can't wait to see what's next, you know, to see what spirit's going to reveal, and what joy, and it's just exciting. It's an exciting time. So I'm just an honor to be here with you today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And I would be remiss if I did not also say thank you. I noticed a donation came in a little bit earlier with your name on it. So appreciate that. And your financial support is greatly appreciated here at the network as well. And I also, hold on. Aha.
Oh, Anita Peckinpah. Hello. So nice to see you. She was at our weekend too. She was, hey.
I'm trying to figure out, he's going to sit back here somewhere, but I got to figure out where exactly it sits. But I'm a sucker for really creative ways of sharing the New Thought message. And I know that I've shared this before, but I think that has been one of the most creative ways I've seen someone get the word out, a ministry get the word out in a way that isn't just marketing. It's like, this is, I've loved this. and I'm so happy that now we have our own as well. So
and again, we play Where in the World is Ernest? And so we just encourage people to travel with them. You know, I took him to Italy, and you know, he's a good travel buddy, you know, and it's just, again, like you said, it's creative and fun, and he's really gone around the planet pretty good. So
yeah, exactly. I need to say it was so much fun meeting Mark and his wife last weekend. Yes. And we did get quite a bit of good footage and good content and good information. We'll be getting that out to you as soon as we can, folks. Some of the workshops are going to be a little more involved and may take a little bit longer to put together into a viewable format, but a lot of the prayers and the talks and the in-between stuff, it's going to be really good, and I really encourage you to look forward to seeing that on the Archives website and on their YouTube page as well. Yeah, Kathy, I noticed the other day, and I want to pull this up, or Michael, if you'd pull this up for me, go to YouTube and get the Archives YouTube page, because I noticed that the Archives are like really, really close to 1,000 subscribers.
Oh my God, we're so close. We're so close.
Anything we know here, it's the magic number of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. So we might not get you monetized tonight, but I think we probably got enough people watching this live stream or watching it another time to go to the Science of Mind Archives and Library our YouTube page, and Michael's working frantically to get us that link, and subscribe, because once we get over 1,000 subscribers, then we can start pounding the hours, as it were.
Nice.
And then we start racking up hours, and then we get everybody we can to watch as many hours as we can, and we get this channel monetized. And when that happens, the algorithms and YouTube start to take more notice. And what we've seen at New Thought Media Network is, it's not huge and it's not a massive amount, but it is consistent growth. And I fully believe that if we can get enough of our various channels monetized, we can work together to create an exponential, consistent growth for all of us. I've been watching it over the last 4 or 5 years happen with other niche markets on YouTube, where 1 or 2 channels gets there and they drag a whole bunch of other channels along with them. And suddenly everybody in that niche has a monetized channel we can do that too in New Thought. And the Science of Mind Archives page is so very close that maybe closer than Michael is to getting us the link. But we're getting there, I promise. So let's get the archives monetized.
There you go.
There it is.
We have like the one and only video of well, actually, there's a second one. The only TV show of Ernest Holmes that we've cleaned up the audio and the video. People love that one. That's gotten lots of different views. And look, there's Dr. Lloyd Barrett right there. We have wise sage interviews with the wisdom keepers of our movement. There's just there's a lot of wonderful content. And there's our Wisdom of the Mystic show. You can watch them all there. We have birthday parties and so much more. It's just such a worthwhile channel to subscribe to. We do monthly lunch and learns on the third Thursday of the month. And when we're done, we put them on our YouTube channel. And so it's just lots of opportunities to check it out. And what number are we at, Michael? Can we see it from here? How many people?
We're at 937.
937.
Okay.
So everyone here, if you have not subscribed, again, you're not giving the archives direct funds, but what happens is then we get over 1,000 then and 4,000 watch hours, then they can start getting paid for their programming. So yeah, so everyone go on the page, Science Mind Archives, and then also subscribe, of which I am one of them.
Awesome.
And ring the bell.
Yeah, ring the bell.
Yeah, that's a
Ring
good
the
idea.
bell.
Ring the bell.
There we go. And there's a direct link going into the chat box for you folks.
There we go. And I see Rev Z here. So it's so nice to see you, LZ.
Yes.
And just hopefully what we're determining that it's a pretty easy little puddle jump, from Denver to Kansas City.
Yes.
And it's quite the road trip for those who would like to. Right? Oh, I know.
Yes,
right?
it is.
We're just get this lovely trail from Denver to Unity Village. We'd love to see you. Have you been there much? Or?
Yeah, no. I've been there. And my son went to school in St. Louis, so I passed through there for 4 years, going back and forth from here to St. Louis. But I've been there a couple of times, and I look forward to the next time. It's a beautiful place. Last time they just finished the new labyrinth, and it was great. So, but now I have to come see the archives because
absolutely
it wasn't there when I was there. So now I got a whole new reason to come.
That's true. And Reverend Barbara, when was the last time you were at Unity Village?
Last June.
Was it?
Yeah, last June I was there. Last June, was it?
No, I think it might have been the year before because
I think it might have been the year before, actually. Yeah, now that I think about it. I haven't done much this year so far, so
that's true.
But I am just on hitting subscribe.
Yay! Woo! 9:38. I have a whole new telethon going on here.
We'll do the countdown every time somebody logs in.
It shows your subscription.
It does. Yeah.
Oh yeah, already.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Hey, we're all talking about Unity Village, so I've got a couple of plugs. If you can do last minute travel, come visit in June, the first week in June for the International New Thought Alliance Annual Congress, 110th Congress.
Wow.
The oldest, truly the longest running New Thought organization out there. Of course, anyone that wants to come to Anton in October, oh my God. All right, you didn't hear it from me because this might not be made public until Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But
you're among friends. You can go ahead.
Yeah, we're on a live stream. Wait a minute. All right, no, I ain't gonna say that yet.
Oh, come on!
I'm on the board. I can't do that.
Oh,
but let me just say, I've got some. I think we're gonna have a really good time at Anton this year. So anybody that might be able to join us for that, or find a reason. Find a reason to go visit the village, go see Kathy, go see the INTA archives, go see the Unity archives, check out that labyrinth. But bring your walking shoes because it's a good labyrinth. It's a hike, but worth it every time I've gotten to walk it and every time I've been there. So,
are Canadians allowed in the country?
We had 2 with us.
As far as I know,
we did.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as far as we know, they made it back home safely too.
Actually, I think they went to California. I think once they were in the country, they just decided to hang out.
Just realized I haven't heard from them. I don't know if anybody.
And Robert, what is Anton again?
The Affiliated New Thought Network. ANTN.org. Yes.
A wonderful, amazing retreat happening in October.
Yes.
There are so many amazing retreats that happen at Unity Village. Karen Drucker, right? I think is.
Karen's got something there this year as well. Yep.
And the Empower Music Festival. So that's the neat thing is people are that used to scatter around are finding a home at Unity Village. So they were there last year and they're coming back again this year. And Karen Drucker told me that she'll be there with Gary Lynn Floyd and all sorts of wonderful folks. And so go to the unityvillage.org and check out all the different events. There's a lot of sacred retreats there. They have the Fillmore Festival every August because Myrtle and Charles were born in August. And so that's fun. They have the Unity World Day of Prayer. And that's where Kit Holmes says that she's a musician for the whole week. So that's kind of fun. She'll be there in September. So lots of fun at the village. All right. Well, I'm going to bid you all good night. I just wanted to say happy birthday and congratulations and say howdy to everyone. And thank you so, so much.
Thank you, Kathy. And please give your beloved JT a big hug and a thank you for us as well. And lots of love sending your way over there.
Yeah. Tell JT I'm looking for his next museum or archive. So
I will. Okay, I'll tell him that. Bless his heart. You get a reputation. You never know.
Although, wait a minute, he works for me now at INTA, so I don't know if you can have him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
We might tell JT he's being negotiated. No, don't say that.
He is appreciated.
Appreciated is a good word.
Yes, greatly appreciated.
All righty.
Good night,
Peace
Kathy.
out.
Congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you.
These are blessings, dear one. All right. Oh, I love how this is how this all comes together, folks. It's an intention. It's a lot of fun, and I look around and I just love the people that we get to play with, that we get to create with. So we've got another hour and 7 minutes, and Elzia can't go anywhere till Tracy comes back because we've got a surprise.
Oh my
for her.
God!
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I know. So
I'm gonna hop off so that he can come.
I have a meeting in the morning, and I got to get a report. And I got to get a report for.
So you're saying you're not quite
God.
ready for it?
I'm glad I got something.
Well, all right,
no, I'm not. I'm putting together the report as we speak.
You can text Tracy and tell her to come back early.
Come back.
Here's an idea, folks. I want to do. I do.
Here she
look at
comes.
that.
Here she comes.
Yeah, she was listening. She was listening. She was monitoring.
She was ready.
She was ready.
I really wasn't planning to come back until the very end, but yes, I was playing on this end. So I'm like, oh, well, we can't wait any longer.
We're losing everybody.
Yeah, I have a fraternity meeting tomorrow morning, and I'm the chaplain, so I got to be there to give my report and do all the formal stuff, and I'm tired already.
All right. Well, here's the game, Z. I forget if I told you about this or not, but and we're talking about the T-shirt that the AME Church in Washington D.C. put out. Have I shared this with you yet? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that's your T-shirt. I have not gotten it to you yet.
Oh.
And the unique thing that happened was when I ordered the T-shirts, I ordered one for me and one for you. However, somehow an extra T-shirt was delivered, and I ended up with 2 T-shirts that both say "Stay Black" on them, which I think you and I had talked about and agreed. No, I'm not going to wear that one. So we've decided that Tracy should receive that T-shirt.
Yeah.
And I have a package here that I was teasing her with a little bit earlier. So it is here. It is in a box. Again, I am diagnosed postally challenged, so we'll see how long it takes for this box to get in the mail. But you and Tracy both receive a T-shirt on behalf of New Thought Media Network that does some good in the world. And here's the other real big reason, because you two hold down Black History Month for the 3rd, 4th year in a row, and every year I come to the two of you sometime in early January saying we should really get on this, and you say, yeah, Robert, you should, and then I don't, and somehow you still come through and help me put together a month's worth of videos to honor Black History Month. So a T-shirt really is a very small thank you gesture for both of you.
Awesome.
Hey, Robert, just in case people didn't
go ahead, Trace, you go first.
Well, just in case people weren't on when you talked about it before, you might want to explain the T-shirt in the the briefer version.
The story, yeah.
Yes. Very true. Thank you. Yes. So the T-shirt is the Proud Boys logo. And what happened is a number of years back now, the Proud Boys vandalized an AME, American Methodist Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C. Sorry about that, dear one. I didn't know you were having dessert. And as part of the settlement, they were awarded an amount of money. However, the Proud Boys said they couldn't pay. And my understanding, I think, Tracy, you shared this earlier, the judge informed the church, well, you own the logo. And if they use the logo, any money they make is yours. And the church realized they could use the logo and printed T-shirts. And they are still for sale, and you can still order them through May 9th. And I don't have that website up on my screen any longer, so we'll find that. Make sure that link gets in the description, folks. But there it is, Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church, and if you do some searches, you'll find it. So these are replicas or adaptations of the Proud Boy logo to benefit an AME church. I thought it was not only a great stand for social justice, but a great way. I just hope somebody walks up to me someday and says, "Where'd you get that?" Some white guy comes up to me, go, "Where'd you get that?" Yeah, I just hope so. So you will both be receiving.
A funny thing in that regard, Mother's Day, my oldest daughter was walking through the airport, and she had a shirt, not that shirt, but she had a T-shirt with some kind of similar saying about blackness, and she didn't realize she had it on. She was getting up early, going to the airport to fly, and she was saying all these people were looking at me, and I couldn't figure out why until I sat down and looked at, I sat down and then I saw the shirt, and everybody was reading the shirt. It was something very similar to "Stay Black" or something to. I have to call her and find out what that was, but it was funny. So I look forward to wearing that shirt in the airport and see how many eyes I get.
Exactly.
Nice.
You could make a difference with just a T-shirt.
Absolutely.
And the hush fell over the crowd.
Yes, making a difference. That's what making a difference will do to you. It will put a hush over the crowd.
Yep.
Because everybody that's not out there working, they start saying, "Dang, I gotta go to work."
Oh man.
Hey, you know what I did just realize? Anybody know who's on Science of Mind Saturdays tomorrow? Oh, good. Tracy does know.
Oh, it's Tracy.
Actually, I was just pulling that up before you mentioned my name.
I am not there.
Yeah. I was prepping already to get ready to be ready.
There we go.
I need the list again. I always misplace the list somehow. I don't know how I do that.
Oh, I get that.
A bunch of dates and I write them down and then, yeah. I do have the dates on my calendar though. So.
Well, that helps.
It does help. I just don't know what the topic is. Like, okay, where are we at this week?
Your next appearance, dear Barbara Jean, I have is May 24th.
May 24th. And what's the topic? Which chapter?
Still more on physical perfection.
Physical perfection.
Oh, what a perfect topic.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Bye, Shay.
Thanks, Shay. Good seeing you. Shay, thank you for your donation this evening. I did see that come through as well. Before you take off, thank you. And Shay is a longtime viewer of our Saturday morning programs and a big fan and anchor to that program. And as I look around the room, everybody here is presenting on that program. Michael has subbed for us a couple of times now, I believe, and it really is. It's a strong part of what we do because it anchors us in the teachings of Ernest Holmes. And this team, everybody on that team has a strong relationship with Ernest Holmes. And again, we're going to keep saying it, and with New Thought as a whole. More and more as I look around the network, I don't see anybody that isn't New Thought. By their own admission, even, and that is a demonstration of this vision that's been going on for 5 years, more, a lot more actually. We started the evening. I don't know that you all were here. We started the evening with a video that I cut 9 years ago of the very first Floyd Lula show at Kulak's Woodshed, and they live broadcast it as one file and gave me permission to chop it up into individual videos. And we put out a few different videos from that show, and that was 9 years ago. So this vision has been here. Z and I, we used to have some pretty crazy conversations in ministerial school back in 08, 09 about some of what we're doing now. The good news has been an idea in my mind for a couple of decades, and I was doing a basic podcast of the good news prior to the pandemic, and again, I love you, Barbara, because it is so time for me to let go of that and for a new perspective on that program and a new voice to lead that program, and I can still be there and support and help and fill in, but to pass that baton on to you, it feels like such the right move for the network, for me, for you, that's the way I love to see this stuff work.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and it's a good show. I like doing it. So
yeah, and I promise to keep making it into a podcast for you. So
yay!
at least until I assign it to Michael. You know.
There you go.
Hey, I'm getting pretty good at chopping up podcasts. So
okay.
Oh yeah. I'm down to 15. No, I'm not around 12 minutes now. So.
you know, Michael, you're worth every dollar I pay you.
Thanks, boss.
And more.
I keep trying to send the checks to the concrete bunker, and they keep getting returned and unfound.
No.
Address unknown is how the checks keep coming back.
No, you have to send it to the regular mailing address, not to the concrete bunker. Because the concrete bunker is top secret, and you have no idea still where it's at. So we're going to keep it that way.
You know, Robert, one of the things you haven't talked about that really is noteworthy about the network is the reputation that the network has built, not just on the weekly programming, not just with the music, but also as the capturer of history. And you did one verbal reference to it, but the fact that so many different groups now are beginning to say, oh, wait, we want New Thought Media Network to come and live stream us or to capture video. So it would probably be great for those who don't know if you talked a little bit about how that started, what you're doing, what you and what the network are doing in that regard, because who knows, maybe somebody else who watches the recording or who's watching now may have an idea about how they too could use the New Thought Media Network to capture and share their events.
Yeah. Thank you. That is a great question as well. And, you know, that's another one. The props stay right here in the room because it was Brother Elzia that is really the spark of all that. Early in the pandemic, he had just stepped into the pulpit at CSL Denver, and I remember the phone call. I don't remember exactly how it went, but I think it kind of went something like, okay, what the hell do I do now? And I'm pretty sure my answer was, heck if I know, but let's sit down and figure something out. And that's where we started the hybrid broadcasting Sunday mornings live for CSL Denver. And that gave me the taste. That gave me the taste, and it also gave me that little bit of vision, that little kick that said, hey, there might be something bigger here. And so just in the envisioning, the imagination of what could be, along came the idea that there are conferences and organizations and different events that are saying the same thing as these churches are saying, what the heck do we do now? And a lot of events got canceled, postponed, never rescheduled, whatever, during 2020 and perhaps even and into
Mhm.
early 2021. And it gave us enough time to put together a bit of equipment. It gave us enough time to turn to our dear friends at the Heffernan Institute. I haven't given them a shout out tonight, but I'm going to right here, and turn to the Heffernan Institute and say we see an opportunity to support communities and organizations by producing the video. And it was groups like International New Thought Alliance and the affiliated New Thought Network, and really my gumption to just go out into the world and say, hey, we can do this better. And some groups did, and some friends did, and along the way, we've been able to put together a team and a group that I don't want to say is going to be the next major production company in New Thought. We're not here to replace BDI. We're not here to replace existing organizations. I think we're here to create a new way of interfacing, of helping those that are really good at collecting the data, the video, the inputs, and disseminating those out into the world. So I did say this earlier in the evening that in some ways our vision of broadcasting, as much as that's still a part of it, and as much as I still see that as central to what we do, it isn't all broadcasting. A lot of it is the documentation. And we're moving into a phase where it might look a little more like journalism, or it might look a little bit more like standing on the red carpets versus standing up in the crow's nest pushing buttons. And we're building relationships with the organizations and the groups that do push the buttons and can do that really well. And we learned a lot. Michael and I have stood at the back of a number of good rooms learning a lot. And
Yep.
I remember the first time, the first night we were at Christ Universal Temple in Chicago, and we're way the heck up there. I mean, man, we were half a mile high from the stage at that point. And there had been a miscommunication and this, and all of a sudden the group's looking at me going, I need 2 guys as cameramen. I was like, well, good. I got Diego and I got Michael. You 2 go run cameras. And with almost no training whatsoever, they're running these cameras on stage, and I'm in the crow's nest watching the director, who young woman, just amazing at what she was doing, directing these 4 cameramen around the stage to create an amazing event. And I'm standing there with my jaw on the ground going, oh my God, what did I get into? Like, this is what we're going to be doing. And in some ways we do.
You know, I want to say that, you know, for sure, you were a lifesaver for me, because I had just took over the ministry of CSL. I took over January 1, 2020. Wow. And March 8th or whatever it was, everything shut down.
Yeah.
And I was in deer in headlights, right? Because the community, the service before we closed down, we had about 40 people with a couple of kids. And I was sitting there thinking, boy, we finna get this pot boiling. And it boiled, but it boiled over because of COVID. And without New Thought Media to help do that and work through that, trying to figure that out, getting props set up in the back of the camera and making sure the feed was good and the sound was good. And, you know, I tried it standing up, sitting down, and I tried all kinds of ways. But it worked out. And, you know, to think about where we are now, 4 years later, from that event anyway. 5 years, I guess it would be now.
Yeah.
It's an amazing journey when we look at now all of the different Sunday services that get just a talk, and you can go watch the whole thing if you want. It's such a joy to have that, and so I definitely thank you, and I have a debt of gratitude in that regard.
That's an interesting comment. Thank you, Z. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm distracted a little bit by one of the comments by a viewer, so we'll come back to that. But thank you, because I was just remember. I don't want to use any names, but Elzia, I think you'll remember this. This instance, it was one of the very first weeks we're broadcasting, so everybody's brand new, and there's an elderly practitioner who's going to do the prayer. And this is the type of elderly practitioner that still smokes cigarettes. So, and we didn't understand StreamYard fully, and this person didn't fully understand the direction, and it's their time to come on to screen, and they're on the screen, but they don't quite know it. So they're not saying anything. And they're just sitting there smoking their cigarette. And Elzia and I are in the background, like, talk, say something, talk, like trying to catch, like, and we didn't realize, because we were so new to this, we didn't realize that if you're in the guest link, you can't see what the producers are doing in the background. So we had no idea that this poor person was sitting watching a blank screen or watching themselves, but couldn't see us egging them on to do something. And this went on for a couple of minutes before I'm like, one of us was finally like, you're on. We like broke into the broadcast and you're on. Put down the cigarette and start praying already.
Yeah, it was
so much fun.
That was the comedy. That was the comedy service that day.
Oh yeah. Media Mark, thanks for the majorly successful. I was going to say mostly successful, but yeah, majorly successful. I'll accept the majorly for the majorly successful 5 years of giving to your audience. I appreciate that, Mimi. We hope you count yourself amongst that audience, and we'd love to see you be a part of the family and a part of what we're growing here. So, yeah. And how about the rest of you? Come on, we've all been doing this a while. What was that story? What was that one for you where it was like it all fell apart? The computer shut off. Windows didn't update. We've had so many interesting stories.
Oh, I'll share one. And I was trying to think if I was on the show with one of the people here, but I don't think so. So I don't remember whether it was on the Inclusive Church show or if it was on Poetry, Prayer, and Practice. But I had a guest, and we're talking back and forth, and the computer on my side, just like my internet, we had storms and my internet went out. And, and I remember sitting there trying to figure out, like, well, is it the internet? Because I didn't know initially. It's like, okay, I guess I'm disconnected. Can I boot back on? I wasn't getting back on. And you're panicking because it's like, I've got my guest and I hope they'll just keep talking. I don't even know if they actually are still on, or did the whole show get disconnected? And it's hilarious, right? Because it's like you're going through it, but at the same time, there's a part of me that's really calm, really centered. We'll try this, we'll try that. And I, was like, well, turn your phone on and use the hotspot from your phone. and switch over. But that was the longest. It probably was 2 minutes, if that. But it seemed like it was 18 or 20 minutes. And yes, I got back in, and my guest was chatting and, had said something like, well, it looks like Tracy got disconnected. But as I was saying, and they just kept talking. And when I came back, they're like, well, look, then she's back.
Nice.
Right. And so I've actually, in the last 4 years, had that happen, or something similar twice. The second time there was no drama because I'd already been through it once. But at least I hadn't thought about what am I going to do if the power goes out, if the electricity goes out in my house.
Yeah. Well, and you just gave me an idea. But I'm sorry, Barbara Jean. Robert, you and Michael should try to find and make a bloopers reel.
That would be great.
I'll take it in. We need an intern.
Call it church gone bad.
Church.
Or if nothing else, starting today.
Okay.
Yeah.
For next year's anniversary, start collecting.
Send us your best bloopers, and we'll have a contest to give it. We'll share a prize for the best blooper of the year.
Oh my gosh!
So I think it was a couple of years ago that I was doing a Jim Webb show on Sunday evenings, The Miracle of Prosperity, and he had a very well-known psychic on, who had been on like CNN and some of the major networks. So he went ahead and he called the break. I did a couple of minutes of commercials, and then I went ahead and I played not the long version, but a shorter version of the promo. And what happened is he didn't realize that we were going live again. So what you saw was someone diving back into the seat in boxer shorts. He wasn't wearing any pants. And what happened was the whole chair just fell over. So, so the guy, the guest was a real pro, because he knew just to keep talking. And so that's what happened. I took him out of the scene, Jim out of the scene, and when he got back, I've always teased him about that. That's probably the best best blooper. That was so much fun. So
and folks, if you go back in the archives and you watch the archival shows of that, I'll offer a $5 reward for any viewer that sends us the correct episode that happened on. Because it's worth $5 to let you do the research and use it on the blooper reel. I'm not going back through all that footage.
So that's $5 US. So you mean I get $55 Canadian?
Yeah, yes. Exactly.
No,
I love it.
I think Tracy brings up a good point with you can start with me eating dessert. Laura, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Don't eat on the air.
You're gonna blame it on me. I'm the one that put her in the shot. I already took responsibility for that.
No, and I think that technology, and again, I deal with it every day, with the network, but the whole idea that to do what Tracy did, which, you really, to really be in a good state to be able to troubleshoot, you cannot be in emotion. You have to just breathe, and then, ask yourself what's the next best thing. Try that. If it doesn't work, then you just keep trying until you get it. So, and I've had some examples of of individuals who have taught me how to do that. So, yeah. Christina Tillison, Dr. Christina Tillison, taught me that through Holmes Institute. That, again, you know, they were trying to get a speaker up on through Zoom, and they couldn't do it. And you have all these people saying, "Well, why can't you do it?" And Christina, what she did was she says, "Try this, try that." And I walked back to the dorm with her, and I just said, I said, that was masterful. I said, that was really wonderful. And she said, yes. She says, it's just technology.
Right.
It's just technology. You can't let that stuff just upset you. Keep trying until you get it work. So that was good training for the New Thought Media Network. Yes.
Yeah. I haven't had many here that I can think of, but I do remember speaking at the Calgary Center. This is many, many, many years ago when I was still a student. And my, you know, women tend to wear dresses more than men do, usually, not often, but sometimes. And the battery pack that was attached to the top of my dress slipped off and now is hanging between my legs. So I try to hoist it up, and doesn't the catch on the back of the dress?
Of course.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
So I let it go, and I'm standing there, and I looked down and I went, well, what you gonna do? And continued on with my talk with that thing dangling between my calves. It's like, the whole place just erupted, but it's like, what do you do? Like, I couldn't bring it back up, obviously. It was a very embarrassing moment, and it's only happened to me twice. I now have an ear one, an ear microphone. I like it better.
Yeah.
It goes better with my dresses.
It's more friendly. It's more friendly than that other one, huh?
It is. It is. I like it.
Wow.
Now I'm understanding why I was coached to, if I were wearing a dress and had a battery pack, a mic pack, it would be better to allow the technician to attach it like to the bra strap.
To the bra strap, yes.
Than just the collar of the dress or the jacket. And I never thought about why, but that is why.
Now you know why.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Yes, I learned that after.
But look at it this way. Look at it this way. Now you're an expert on it.
Now you know what to do.
The joy of failing at something is you get really good at doing it different next time.
In an age where we all just sit behind a computer and don't walk around stages as much anymore. But
well, I had a friend of mine who was running sound for a Unity church, and they were running like 2 or 3 services. And so the minister, the female minister, went in to use the facilities. And what happened is that the battery pack went right in the toilet.
Oh.
And so she told him he had to go and he had to go fish it out. Okay. And then he had to explain.
Find it?
He had to, no, it fried it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it fried it. It was gone. So he had to explain to to where he got the pack that I'm not sure if it was still under warranty, but I think that the explanation was pretty imaginative. But could you imagine having to go in and fish that, say, you do that.
Folks, we've had a little bit of technical difficulty. I'll be using a handheld microphone today.
Yeah.
And don't you dare take it in the bathroom.
Oh, man.
I remember, I don't remember the day, but, and this has only happened a couple of times, but it was like 8:45, almost 9 o'clock at night. And I pop onto YouTube and there's New Thought Media Network and it says live. And it's prayer time. And I'm like, and it's live at 8:45? What? So I jump in the studio and yeah, the studio's empty. There's nobody in the studio. And someone who will remain nameless just like,
Michael Mangus.
forgot to turn off the button. Forgot to hit end.
Reverend Michael Mangus, yes.
Was it me?
Elzia thinks it's him. Yeah, he just left the studio running, forgot to hit end stream, and if we all leave right now, this stream will just continue with a blank.
So we have to remember to end it right.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man!
And for those of you that have been with us for 5.5 hours, yes, we will be ending this soon.
Well, that example reminds me of when I was first starting to schedule from the host or admin side, and I didn't realize if you go back and make a change, right, that you kind of have to re-enter the times. So I had to change some text or whatever, and I didn't realize the time had changed. And so you, Robert, sent me this text like, are you doing the Saturday morning show at 1:30 a.m.? Right? Or some ridiculous time. Like, why did you schedule the show for 1:30 a.m.? And I'm like, no, I didn't. I scheduled it for the right time. But I had gone in to make an edit and didn't realize I needed to recheck everything. And so as I remember it, you can correct me if I'm wrong. As I remember it, you saw it the night before, so it didn't actually air because we went in and
changed it. Yeah.
I don't think it was the day after, and it had already been activated to go live, but no one ever went live. I think it was the night before.
Yeah.
Like, oh, little details, little tiny details, they matter.
They do.
I still to this day not often, but every so often will wake up, go to do my 7 a.m. show, and look at the clock, and it says show scheduled 12 hours, and I'm like, what? And I had scheduled the show in the PM evening and never switched that PM to AM, and it's scheduled for 7 p.m. instead of 7 a.m. And okay, going live anyway.
Make the best of the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
These are the funny stories. I'm just curious. It also makes me think of, I don't know that I have a single favorite show or story, but sharing the funny oops ones has also made me think of a couple that were like, oh my God, that was a great show, in line with, what the New Thought Media Network is all about.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
We've had, go ahead, Z.
No, I was going to say that's a great point, because that, I think, is what keep people interested in coming and wanting to join, is like they see what's being produced, they see the quality, they see the people being excited, and it's kind of it's infectious, right? You're like, ooh, that was, I got to see about more. I got to see what else is good, and that's what we want, right? On both sides, on producers and audience, if you will, for people to get excited about this teaching, this philosophy, this way of life being presented in a full spectrum, everything from laughing to crying, right? Because that gives us the whole spectrum of life. And that's what we're trying to do is present that idea and say, no matter what it is, no matter what it looks like, it's all divine. So we just have to figure out how to put ourselves in right relationship to it. So I love it.
Yeah. I think of a couple of things that the New Thought Today show on Tuesday afternoons is, in my opinion, my favorite show. It also it takes the most work, but we also get an opportunity to speak at depth with some of the most amazing people in this movement. And I remember our only interview on that program with Michael Beckwith. And it isn't even the interview itself. It was so much fun. It was a great conversation, but it was like a year later, we were in the same room and somebody said something about that. And his natural off the cuff response was, yeah, that was a really fun one. Right. And it's things like reaching out to Marianne Williamson and having her say, yeah, I'll come on. It's breaking into interviews with people like Tama Keeves, and I really want to interview Valerie Kaur. So whoever, I've been knocking on that door for a little while now, and I really want to interview Valerie Kaur. But even the people who don't have, quote, a name, but are making a difference in the New Thought movement, I think we've done some really good work there, Z, you and I together. And I look forward to how that expands. Because the vision is and has remained the same. I've been saying this for 5 years now. It's some cross between Netflix and CNN. And not from political ideology or any of that crap, but it is that bringing the breaking information, the newest, what needs to be known by the people of New Thought into the light, into a way that we can share that, and the ease, the clickability of what Netflix provides as far as the variety and the ease. And I see this system of platforms that just works together, that we're bigger than all of that. You've all heard me say it. The rising tide lifts all of our boats. And I don't know anybody on this network that isn't worthy of what traditional media would call a network program. They just get to do it on a non-traditional network. And some of us need a little more help, and some of us could use a little more polish, and some of us could use a little more humility, and some, I'm going to point at myself there. Some of us, right, we all have that place where we can grow, but this is also a safe place to do it, where you don't have to worry about your job if you say something that gets us in a little bit of trouble, or if somebody else says something that gets us in a little bit of trouble. And that's a story we still don't really tell, but because it was nobody's fault.
Out of YouTube. Put Barbara on the air.
But even YouTube has forgiven us, and if YouTube has forgiven us, it's all good, right? So we had a guest once. I'm not, again, it wasn't a host's fault. We had a guest that made some controversial statements. However, they were health-based, and they were based around public health, and YouTube did not like that. Nope. And we got our wrists slapped fairly hard by YouTube for a little while there. But we were good boys and girls.
Done it again.
And we've never done it again. And And no, it wasn't your show, Michael, so you're safe. It was Barbara's show.
It was me. I got us kicked out of YouTube.
Yeah, we
Or at least my guest did. Our guest.
Your guest definitely got kicked out, yes.
Yeah.
But it's those things again that help us to learn. Well, I'm going to divert for a moment because Michael and I have had a lot of conversations, all of us have, around the things that maybe don't feel so good about ministry and organizations. And I look at all of these things as reminders what not to do, reminders how to do it better. Yeah. And to me, that's what transformative leadership really is.
Yeah.
And I've long been that proponent that we are here to transform ourselves and each other in our leadership roles and in how we do this. Yeah, right. The people are transformed, but we're here to transform ourselves, and in that, the organizations and the communities and all that we serve is transformed, and that happens by making mistakes. And that happens by doing things that get us in trouble. Or
thank God for forgiveness.
Exactly. Or you get chewed out at your Monday meeting.
Yeah.
You know, as long as the call from the ethics committee is about somebody else, we're all good. That call starts with Robert, I'm really sorry, but we're going to have a conversation with you. Yeah, really good. But as long as it's like, hey, we understand that you might know something about so-and-so. Okay, then it's not about me. We're good.
One of the things we did with our Wednesday show, Cheryl did this actually. She just ran the whole thing through the AI, the ChatGPT, and it gave us some really good ideas of what's really working well, and then where we could do some things to improve the overall show going forward. And so we had a meeting yesterday and we got a lot of notes, but it was interesting to see the things it came up with, and it made perfect sense, like ways in which we could just be more polished or, you know, really create something that's that would work better even. So yeah, so we're excited about that. It was good feedback.
Nice.
Surprisingly.
Did you just give it like the YouTube playlist for your show, or?
I think that's what she did. It was Cheryl who did it. She's been playing with ChatGPT for a while, okay. And I've just started recently. But she, yeah, I think she just said, "Hey, review these shows," and that's what it came back with. You know, I talked about, you know, the fact that it's a warm environment, like it's warm and engaging, like a living room setting type thing, and so that was well received. But you know, it talked about doing like chapters, you know, coming up with like segments, like clearly defining segments, and a few other things like that were really great points. And so I don't know how Cheryl did it, but I'll get her to send you a note about how that was done. Right on. And yeah, I'm going to do it with the Joy Show as well. But it, you know, it's just good to get sort of a perspective out, because it takes into consideration all the comments that have come in. It just the content of the shows and that sort of thing. So it was really, really valuable. We got some great notes. I was just trying to see if I could, sharpen the through lines was one of the things that is said. And I can't read my writing. I think I made notes. I have the whole printout though.
I'd have a sense it's in a digital version somewhere. Yeah,
it is. Yes, thank goodness. But I like to make notes because it's like when I write, and yeah, it just helps me. Yeah. Plus, I like paper and pen. It's my addiction.
Nothing like the feel of pen on paper. Exactly.
Oh, I know. I love it. I love it.
Perfect. I would before we wrap this up here, because we are going to run out of time here sooner or later, folks. And I want to thank everybody that's been watching, those that have been chatting along and chiming along, everybody that's been a part of this. Going across the bottom of the screen there is the website ntmedia.org/donate. It does go a long, long way to ensuring that we can continue to bring this message out into the world. And we've shared so many examples already here tonight. We can see how this network is supporting people, is shifting the consciousness of the planet, is shifting people's perspective, and providing tools, resources, access, conversation, inspiration, and laughter that allows us to create an environment inspiring us to move forward and to keep doing this. And we'd like to keep doing this. I know everybody I know on the network wants to keep doing it. And that means we would really appreciate your partnership on the financial side of this. I know everybody on this screen, everybody, in fact, that's been on this stream over the last almost 6 hours now, is financially committed to this network and contributing on a regular and identifiable basis. We'd love to include you in that. And we'd love to partner with you to continue to bring this network forward, and the organizations that you're a part of. The churches that you attend, the spiritual centers that you support, the places where you show up. We would love an introduction. We would appreciate that introduction. We have a vision where our radio station is played in the background of communities all across this country on Sunday mornings, in bookstores and in waiting rooms and in places we might not even know of yet. And thank you, dear Laura. And it's what's that saying, right? You can go something about going fast and going slow and going alone and going together, and it's so much more fun to go together. So on behalf of everyone here, those unable to be with us, and all of those dear friends that I put on the postcard anyway, and they send their condolences, we want to thank you. And I think in honor of what is a relative normality for my show, let's do some final thoughts and we'll get out of here early. What do you guys say? Let's go to Reverend Michael to get us started. Final thoughts.
Good. Final thoughts. Again, it's just been a real joy being on this network and helping. It just, I see not only in the comments, but when we do prayer, when we have our shows on Sunday evening, again, there's community that's being built and I can tell by the comments, because people are responding to other people, or they're saying, well, Betty comments and someone else says, well, hi, Betty. So there's relationships that are being built. So again, the money here is well spent. ntmedia.org/donate. And that it really, again, catch the vision that we have here. You don't have to have all the cameras and everything. We have the cameras, but again, that you can be a part of that, of, again, taking this message to the world. ntmedia.org/donate. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Jean.
It's me. I just, the time that I've been on this network has been just pure joy. It's the thing I look forward to most. Today, I was supposed to have a live show for the Joy Show, and my guest didn't show up. So we ran a repeat. So hopefully we'll do better next time. I'm not sure what happened to her, but she wasn't here. But I just want to say that, the ways in which we do our ministry, when we sort of spread our wings a little bit and look for new ways to share the message, we never know exactly who we're going to connect with doing that. And I think this network has every possibility and potential to be something truly remarkable in the world, given even another year or two. 5 years is kind of a building mark for most corporations. And then after you get through that 5 years, it's like there's a momentum. But I've been feeling a momentum in the world. I've been feeling a shift in the world. And it's hard to describe it because there's so much anxiety and stuff going on. But I think that's just the flipping of the switch. It's like people are going, I need something. And I'm seeing lots of people who used to come to the center who are coming back. I'm getting phone calls from people I haven't heard from in 20 years who are finding their way back. And that to me tells me we're moving in the right direction, and it's forward and fast. It's going to be great. So congratulations, Robert. Your vision has become realized. And it's just going to grow from here. And I love you, and I love Laura, and I'm so glad to be part of this. And I love all of you as well. And so I'm just happy.
Beautiful. Thank you, dear one. Dr. Tracy.
Woo. Final thoughts, huh? I think it is so noteworthy that we come together to celebrate when there is so much going on in our individual and collective lives that causes worry or anxiety or resistance. So my final thoughts are, isn't it great to have an opportunity and excuse to celebrate something so great as this network, not just surviving 5 years, but constantly expanding and evolving and growing. And I, of course, say to you, Reverend Dr. Robert Brzezinski, congratulations. But I think that congratulations applies to not only every one of us, but anyone who's hosted any show and everyone who has been a viewer. And I just want to challenge, my call to action is that every one of us, whether we're hosting or viewing, that we make a commitment to share the network with at least 50 people between now and the end of the year and help it grow even more. We're here to make an impact, and this is one of the ways we can do it. I'm so grateful to be a part of the network.
Thank you, dear one. Thank you so much. My brother.
We talked about this the other day. I think about when we was at that concert in your backyard, and a more definitive way of this thing coming to fruition took place. And I think, my final thoughts is, let's keep doing this, because somebody brought up the AI thing, and we know at some point AI is going to find us on the internet, and it's going to take this content and catapult it into something that we can't even imagine right now.
Absolutely.
And as I'm on this AI journey, personally and at work, I'm actually going to an AI conference next week. I will be looking at, we're going to be looking at 10 tools and of all kind. Let's continue to create content. Let's continue to invite people in, and let's continue to bring our best foot forward. So when we have made our transition into the next whatever, AI will still be around and will be taking us and our words and our wisdom and our joy and laughter and projecting it into the current moment and into the future. So that's my final thought.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you, my brother. I've said it a lot, and I'm going to keep saying it. a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah.
And I'm on that deep verge of a deep sense of assurance that this is the right thing, that this is the path. And I know all of my colleagues here have had similar experiences, and there have been dark nights over the last 5 years of deep questions of what the bleep am I doing, and who the bleep do I think I am, and but at every turn, Spirit reminds me, Spirit buoys me and lifts me, and sometimes it's through the people in this room, and sometimes it's through the people that are watching, and sometimes it's through the strangest of ways. But now is the time, and we are the people, and the tide is rising, and we have to lift our flags. We have to lift those sails. We have to, because to desert the truth in the hour of need is to prove that we never knew the truth, and everybody I know here knows the truth. So we're gonna shout it from the rooftops, shout it from the mountaintops, or just shout it from your beach chair. I'm not really all that tied into where you say it from. Just let people know what we're doing. All right, everybody in? Everybody's in.
Everybody's in. Everybody's in. Can we finish with a meditation from Ernest Holmes from The Science of Mind?
Absolutely.
So the one that I just opened to is Infinite Life Within. Infinite life within me, which is God. Guard thou my feet and keep thou my way. Let me not stray from thee, but compel me to do thy will. I am guarded and governed by an infinite intelligence and an omnipotent power. No mistakes can be made, and none ever have been made. An unerring judgment operates through me, and I am led by the Spirit of truth into all good and into all peace and happiness. Infinite life within me. Ernest Holmes.
So it is.
And so it is. Yes. I love you all so much. So happy to be here tonight. And it's past my bedtime by about 3 hours.
Excuse me, Reverend Brzezinski, can I go to sleep now?
Go to sleep now.
Sleep is at your discretion, but yes, you may be. You are dismissed. You may go.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Until next time. Peace and richest blessings. Bye now.